Phải tắt mà là chuyển qua cái tắt mic hả? Tắt mic này đúng không? Đây hả?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSC Final, where it's match point for Top Esports. They had a fantastic game in Game 3. It's like Game 2 is but a distant memory for this team.
Yeah.
And only one more to go, and they will confirm themselves our first MSC champions ever.
Yeah, it does feel like that was just one little road bump to the what everybody was expecting, right? After Top Esports absolutely dunked Gen G in the semifinals, I feel like most people were just saying, okay, they're gonna, roll over FPX here in the finals, and they're gonna be declared the next best team right now in Asia. Props to FPX for winning that one game, but I think they just caught Top Esports off guard.
Yeah.
They had a much better draft that time in Game 3, and I wouldn't expect anything different in Game 4. And I think that 3-1 prediction should be coming true here, Max.
I think so. I think Brendan Valdanalist Valdez is certainly on the money by the looks of things. Quite a few of the analysts actually suggested a 3-1. I was a little bit overly optimistic about Top's
There were a lot
chances.
of 3-0s, though.
Yeah, I was one of them.
3 or
yeah.
4, at least including the Korean side of things.
Yep.
And I believe LS was also on your side with the 3-0.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not a bad prediction either. I think Top Esports certainly are proving anyway after that loss that they are the better team. 369 giving a little bit of
He's a happy
big
boy.
smile.
He
Yeah.
is a happy boy. It's certainly a confidence player as well. You can tell by all of his interviews. Certainly comes across as cocky. Represents a player like that as well, but he's on the other end of the spectrum at this particular juncture because he's had one good game, but the majority have certainly been 369 playing very, very well. So, we are going to have a change of side, and that might help FBX find another one of their genius drafts, but I don't think they're going to fall into that the Kale trap yet again. So let's just see whether there are any more options here for FBX or whether the series is just over with a Top Esports win. And here we go into Champion Select for potentially our final game if Top are able to reign supreme. But it's not over till it's over. We've got one full game at least left to play. See whether Top can retain their consistency.
Yeah, and the blue side is much better for FPX because they can't get banned as much, right? They can't just take away Karma, Rumble, Galio by Top Esports. They have to leave at least one of them available because you have to ban Varus, because that would be the easiest first pick of FPX's life if that
absolutely.
was left available. So it does open up more, counter pick and weird pick shenanigans by FPX. And they also, easily get to ban away the Syndra here that Knight proved is not able to be left available against him.
Well, instantly, the Ezreal also taken away from Jackie Love. Understandable, of course, as Karma taken away From Doinby, I would expect a Galio or something of that ilk to be taken away as well. Might mean that FPX do get the Rumble opportunity. I don't know whether that's first pickable, though, as FPX ban Lee Sin. I just tweeted about Casa being the fine wine of League of Legends.
Yeah.
And certainly demonstrating that on the Lee Sin in the last game. It's just crazy that we're in a world where Lee Sin can be banned. So, the Galio left up, the Rumble prioritized. And they could take away Galio here, but they don't have to. The Aphelios, once again, going into the hands of LWX. We'll see whether it will be better off this time around. Few options for Jackie Love to take into it if he would like. I know that he does consider things like the Misfortune a decent option into the Aphelios, but Yuyanja once again with his Thresh, and Casa takes the Trundle. Certainly some pretty standard pickups here, and we'll see whether FPX do lock away something like Yumi Olaf here. I would like those two.
Thresh and Thrundle.
Thrundle.
Thresh and Thrundle, or Tresh and Trundle. They work really well together, you know, just in the amount of pick potential with the pillars that come in. Ooh, I like this.
Oh, hell
Tien
yeah.
taking some inspiration from Kanavi. He says, hey, I can do this. And again, they pick up the Renekton. They like that in the last one, as Doinby is flashing a gigantic smile after that pick, as the combo of Nidalee Renekton returns to the Rift.
And Kalista being considered as well. Kalista Thresh, a fantastic bottom lane, has been throughout the eons of League of Legends ever since the inception of Kalista, which was, I believe, at the beginning of 2015. Yeah. Solid so far for top esports, but scary topside here for FPX, as Khan says, anything you can do, I can do better. 369 will be able to capitalize on that one, unless Doinby's going to be playing the Renekton. You have to remember that Doinby is a mad scientist. Doesn't mean he's going to play Singed, but he might.
Yeah, it doesn't look so bad, you know.
Yeah.
Against their team, you can lock down the Kalista pretty easily with that kind of a pick, but they're not going to go for it, most likely, as some beefy boys and girls in the bottom lane are going to be denied. Leona and Nautilus off the board to go up against the Thresh. He would like to hook something a little bit easier to kill.
Yep, waiting for Crisp to pick up that Blitzcrank. When the other hook is taken away, just use the next one. As Wukong going to be the next man against 369. His Ornn also taken away, as there's Knight Zoe. Mid-game looking very strong for top esports. I actually love Zoe and Trundle as well, because the pillar can allow those paddle stars to really land with ease. Not to mention things like the death sentence as well. And Crisp decides that they need some more defense there towards the bottom side. A Devour will certainly be something that could help out. But this is what I was talking about. And Blitzcrank will be locked away. Prophet Atlas strikes again.
There you go.
Game 4.
Wow.
Nailed it.
We actually learned that Yuyenza's name is Prophet.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why your prophetic skills are increasing.
I'm glad that I'm now really happy, because Wadid's friend actually let him know that Yuyanja's name means prophet. So now we
Yeah.
yes. So now we actually utilize the information. I actually thought we'd never use that information.
Lucian.
Oh God, please.
Please not Lucian.
Yeah, this would be
369, not like this.
not like this. Oh well, I guess
No.
I guess we get to see
No.
what Chinese Lucian top is. We've
Okay,
only had the
all
Korean versions recently, and they have been terrible.
Yeah, the Shy kind of proved to everybody that it shouldn't really be picked. And then someone else picked it up and failed on it.
Yeah, that was
right?
Rascal.
Rascal.
Yeah.
Yes, okay,
not
well,
good.
We'll have to
So-
wait and see if 369 has got what it takes.
This is a lesson on how to int the draft in one pick, and they've done it. Although it is certainly sticking with their long-range pick potential, as the culling can certainly lock down a target that has been slowed or rooted or stunned in place. But top esports are all in on the mid game. FPX, very similar situation as it was, in fact, the Renekton in the mid lane, as all of the magic damage is being relied upon by the Nidalee. And this is something that our friend LS has spoken about many, many times. It's sort of having... It's like a Karthus comp, but with Nidalee instead, right?
Yeah.
You incentivize building armor so that Nidalee can do true damage in the mid game. And we'll see whether that's something that they are going to be able to capitalize on. But this Lucian is just going to be ganked over and over again, and not going to be able to bully the Jace as much as they would otherwise like. So 369, I mean, they saw the comp, and I think that, like, most people can understand that there is a high chance that Doinby's going to be playing the Renekton.
Yeah.
Like, Khan's a Korean. We don't like Renekton. You know? We don't like him.
Yes.
Anymore. And Khan might still be in that camp, not entirely sure. He only recently did join in with FPX, but let's see how this game goes as we get into game number 4. All right, FPX with another chance. Now that top Lucian has been picked up. See whether 369 can show us exactly why the Lucian has been prioritized. But I do like the draft out of FPX. I think that, like you were saying, the Nidalee very, very strong. And top were thinking about whether or not Khan was going to face check into that brush. He didn't. And looking over top side, yes, their mid game is still very strong, but FPX is also geared around that with the Aphelios to allow them to scale a little bit later. So let's just see how it goes.
I just look at the player cams, and Knight is just laughing, and he's got a giant smile on his face. It's clear that the players are having a lot of fun as they're playing these games, so that's always nice to see. He did go for Unsealed Spellbook in this game. Just taking a look at some of the other runes here. Don't really see anything too strange. No Scorches, even for the Jace up on the top side. You generally see Scorch, but perhaps in this case wants to have a little bit more scaling, as it's not the easiest lane for him into the Lucian.
Yep, 369 gets to this lane and starts bopping it around, as you can see. Throwing abilities into the minion wave to make sure that he has this shove as early as possible. And we'll be able to lock down all of these creeps. Khan's going to be absolutely fine, though, as he does get the first blood as far as damage is concerned onto 369 with his Shock Blast. See how Khan navigates this one as Yuyanja gets himself into the brush. Crisp, he's going to have a rocket grab. He could possibly move Yuyanja around, but there's the flay. And LWX taking a fair bit of damage here. Crisp, not going to be throwing out any hooks, because as soon as it's on cooldown, you are a sitting duck. And the Blitzcrank not working so far. But Thresh Callista is an absolute bully lane. And you're not going to be doing much level 1 as an Aphelios.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun time down there in the bottom side. You got hooks versus hooks. Who's going to do that better is the real question. Although the play is definitely the best level 1 skill. Although I don't know if you can say that against Rocket Grab. I guess Rocket Grab would be better. But anyway, they do have the push coming in down here. Ooh, that was close.
Really wanted that minion. Sets it up pretty nicely for LWX to lock it down. So there we go. That's why. That's why you go for the hook onto the creep.
Oh boy. GLP picked up here by Knight.
Yep, had that one for a little while, but the trouble bubble goes wide. Tian, now a possible chance to look at Knight for a kill. And Knight moves on over at exactly the right time. Caster's in here, good avoidance on the spear. He's going to be not going to quite get into slice range. Primal Surge helping keep Tian healthy. No one's going to be walking over any traps just yet. And it looks like Caster's just going to be pulling off a bit of a drive-by here in the mid lane as Doinby looks to stun up Knight. Caster keeps on walking. Says like, you deal with that crocodile, man. Come on, I got places to be.
Yeah, he has to move to the other side of the map to pick up the other Scuttle Crab because Nidalee was just dominating him over there. Tian's even going to get more aggressive, as you can on the Nidalee. Take away the Krugs here. 369 just playing under turret, has to ward it down, knows there's the danger of having a Nidalee in his face very soon. So he's even going to push out the minions at the same time and feel safe with the ward. Playing that defensive kind of situation pretty well. It's 369.
Yep. He's running out of mana just a little bit here, but sitting on a couple of biscuits is going to help him. Khan taking a bit of piercing light damage. Always the dream to be able to hit the minion wave and the opponent. As we are Ardent blazing it as best as we can. Another playback here on the bottom side. LWX with his Gravitum going to get some stuns, but Jackie Love locked in place. Yangel looking for that death sentence. Which target's he going for? As that's the return hook. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Crisp. As Knight goes down extraordinarily low. Didn't have to flash, though, there in the mid lane as we head back down bot.
Well, nicely done by the side of Crisp. You know, he understands this matchup very well. If the Thresh gets even a little bit too aggressive, you can really punish him by getting under turret and pulling.
Yep.
Top lane just going even. There's really not that much fighting actually happening up here. There's not much trading. You can see that Kondo has used all of his stacks of the Corrupting Potion. There has been a lot of focus up here from the junglers, at least, as here comes Doingby.
Yeah, Khan ran out of mana. One more auto attack, but Doingby flashes forward, culls the Meek. And Lucian top continues to be terrible.
Yeah, get dunked on.
Yeah,
basically, as Karsa. There's no flash for Doingby, but he is renekton, so.
Yeah, acceleration gate comes out. 369 going to be able to teleport back to the lane. So not going to suffer too much on the farm values. And Knight does get a fair bit of time here with the mid-outer turret. But, I mean, that's about all you can say. You can see Doingby, he's at 44 CS. He's absolutely fine. Teleport comes back in from him also. And therefore, no harm, no foul. Doesn't miss out on anything and just grabs himself first blood. Bilgewater Cutlass completed for the Renekton, so he'll be able to slow down Knight if he feels the need. And yeah, why did you pick Lucian?
Good question. I don't know.
Come on, Valdanelis, tell us.
Hopefully he can prove somehow that it's that's better than we've seen and unleash the true potential of team fight Lucian skating around the team fights and doing some insane double taps and crits and stuff like that.
Yep, I think the best Lucian in the world is Chinese, you know? It's definitely Uzi in my opinion. His Lucian has always been absolutely fantastic, but that was a different time. Tien up toward the top side. Yeah, top lane Lucian, guys. The Dream avoids a lot of that damage, though, as the culling goes into the Nether Realm. And Doingby's here once again. Bubble going to go just a little bit short.
Do Dragon here, I think.
Yeah.
Not going to. I mean,
probably going to take the red buff as Knight. Does have his own cleanse. He picked up another one, though, as the damage from the Paddle Star is pretty dangerous. And red buff is going to at least be taken. No Paddle Star available here from Knight just yet, as Doingby does body block. Caster takes that Bramble back and might be able to move over to the Dragon. But as you can see with all of the attention topside, Crisp and LWX are not allowed to play the game. And they are zoned away from everything.
Maybe Lucian's just a bait to get everybody to focus on the top side, and then you just...
I mean,
you win bot side hard. Maybe that's the reason why you picked the Lucian top.
That's insane. It's like 3 turret plates for free and close to a 20 CS advantage. I like it. Maybe that's what this top Lucian's doing. It's drawing the attention of the opposition so that Jackie Love can carry.
Exactly.
That's the 5-head that we were looking for.
And Karsa never went for the Dragon. I mean, it's an Infernal Drake first, which would be really nice to get for your 3 carries on your side, but he prioritized getting the red buff instead, which, I mean, I suppose eventually, if Tien is going to spend his entire jungling life in this game up in the top side of the map, then he can just do it a little bit later, as he will now. But it's not a bad trade for FPX, because they get this Rift Herald extremely early, probably going to push in the top lane, I'd imagine, especially because the Lucian already is not doing so well, so should be some pretty free plates up there.
Yep, speaking of free plates, Knight going to grab one as well, as the Trouble Bubble doesn't land onto the Crocodile. It's a big target, but not going to hit just yet. 100 gold, approximately the lead here for FPX as it stands, as Karsa's looking to try and change that. Yanja straight underneath, gets the double play. LWX just dead before he could really do anything, and Fate's Call is going to reset the turret aggro. Karsa takes the Lantern, a stunning dive from Top Esports, and they'll take first turret out of this one as well. Your Herald be damned.
Yeah, the thing about Blitzcrank is that, especially in situations like this, a rocket grab is going to do 0, right? You're not, when they're all on top of you, it doesn't do anything. It CCs the other guy for 0.5 seconds, right? So a really nicely executed dive. They're forced underneath the turret by the positioning of Karsa. As We got a little trade here in the mid lane.
Ooh, bubble. Knight turning this one around nicely. 300 health. Spear is going to go wide. Portal jump. Not going to be able to secure. And the culling. That's just going to clear out a minion wave. Good relentless pursuit to get out of the way of the empowered shock blast. 7 CS is the lead here for Khan though, so the Lucian top is still not working. So thankfully, Yanja and Jackie Love exist. And Kasa comes in, picks up turret aggro, even takes that Lantern really nicely. Yanja's just super good at Thresh, man. He's really, really good at this champion.
All these LPL supports are just awesome at Thresh. Like, the Thresh priority in this tournament has been through the roof.
Oh, the hook out of the Lantern, but the playback Crisp is dead. And they land the hook as well. Tian in trouble, but Doinby gets through. Yanja goes golden. He is 100% getting the player of the game for this game. Just write it down now, dude. He is so damn good. 4-1 now for Top Esports, and it's looking like this series might be ending a little bit sooner than you guys otherwise want.
Yeah, I mean, just all of a sudden, it was only 2 plays, right? And we were looking at the top lane, and we were like, Lucian top this, Lucian top that. And it just didn't matter because actually the meme that we were saying came true. All the focus on the bottom side is getting Top Esports so far ahead. They're able to dive there. They easily rotate up top side and stop a dive on the top. I think FPX, if they were going to go for a dive, they had to do it sooner than after the bottom turret is dead, okay? Because the Thresh is going to be there. He's got Moby boots. Yanja, just the mechanics, like, literally perfect. I mean, what else can you say about that Thresh play, right? This guy is simply carrying his team here in the early game.
Kasa, a very early subjugation, and that means that he's going to be very tanky. 369 gets himself a kill. That's why you pick top Lucian, because you know that you can catch out a Nidalee and bait them with your Trundle. That might be the plan there. But all memes aside, 369 has actually been the benefactor of a fair bit, and now has himself a little bit of a gold bounty as well. Bilgewater Cutlass there from Doinby onto 369, but that's not going to lock down a Lucian by any means. Now Yanja looking for what?
Goodbye. Not the first time he's done this.
Exactly. That is like the LWX classic play.
FPX, they're just, I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, they lose 2 team fights, and now people are just running, running it down in the river, just getting caught,
running it down mid.
Like, just watch this again. I mean, we don't even have to say anything. At first, you're like, oh, Chris, wow. But then you end up flash, play, hook, perfect, gets the first one, follows it up, stopwatch, perfect timing. And then he's going to play.
And gets the playback.
I think he catches another one. No. Well, he still did so much stuff. Karsa,
let's watch
great
the in parade. Yep.
By the way, 8 out of 8 for sure for this one.
I'll give it that.
Like, you take away, you subjugate Doinby. He's dead, by the way.
Yep.
Truly subjugated.
Might be dead too, though, as Tian should. That was incredible. Trouble Bubble, fantastic. The insta cleanse on something was pretty good too. Might have cleansed a red buff. Maybe, not sure. No red buff on Tian, so. Sometimes you just want to press cleanse. Oh, he has Nimbus Cloak, so of course you use it for the movement speed. So no.
It was a good idea.
Tactical play.
Gets him out there. And you know what's great about this for Top Esports is that now that they're ahead, their composition is so good against what FPX have, right? They're going to be, once again, great at slowing down the enemy team, stopping engages, kiting them down. It looks very similar to Game 3, except, different champions, but a very similar idea in terms of what the composition does against what FPX is bringing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Doinby's like, what?
Well, he does flash on top of Jackie Love, but Jackie Love's still probably going to be able to do this. Gets the Ren. Now Khan able to lock down that kill. Yanja not going to go for that 1v1, but he has backup incoming. Blade of the Ruin King there gets him a bunch of extra movement speed. There's the Flash Moonlight Vigil, though, from LWX. Oh my god, the damage, but not quite enough as Yanja gets rocket grabbed and a double kill comes through for Khan. It's a bit of an int-off here for both of these teams. As we're going to check this one out once again. This was possibly just the bait. Was this a solo kill from Knight?
Must have been. Oh, that sleep. The angle perfect.
My god, Knight's pretty good at this game, isn't he?
I guess he must have picked up some items because he really just destroyed that Renekton in one shot.
I like what Doinby did here. It's actually enough to get Jackie down low enough so that Khan could just flash kill him. And there's nothing that Yanja was going to do there. And what is top Lucian going to do also?
Yeah. Top Lucian.
Yeah.
Showing off his stuff.
I think, like, if it was Aatrox instead, is that ever worse in any way? I mean, yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. He might have had a slightly harder time in the lane, but
I guess
I mean, still the Lucian's behind, so it doesn't really change anything in that case. As Top Esports still in the lead after that little, you know.
Yeah, they had a soiree into,
little dance,
gifting things over as Yanja gets the flash hook. All too easy. That's the big potential at this stage of the game for Top Esports.
Yep.
No one is safe if you are outside of your turret range, guys. And Knight well and truly online as well. 1-0-5. This guy just always has a good early game.
Yeah, his mechanics too they just always seemingly on points, regardless of what champion he's playing. And he's played 4 different champions now, right? He played Syndra, Orianna. What was the second game?
Cork?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, it was.
And he's 100% loss rate, I think, on Corky so far this tournament.
It's like the only thing that he loses on is this Corky. He's well known for it.
Shirley has a very sore head at the moment after getting a couple of charges. A lot of extra money, though, as you can see. 369 now towards the top side. He's going to be taking down this inner turret. Doinby is by himself bottom lane, no teleport. And therefore, Top Esports are going to have complete run of the jungle over here. Even Kasa farming in the face of the Nidalee that's a level ahead of him. Agatha runs back to her little perch there, as we're going to have a bit of a reset at the top. And Ocean Soul is upon us this game. A couple more of those for Top Esports to lock that one down. 2.5 minutes time for that one to be up.
Yeah, it would be pretty nice for the poke comp that Top Esports do have. Another, this is like from so far away, right?
Yeah.
This is like 200 light years away, right? It's from the other side of the map where Zoe's just like, oh yeah, you remember me? I'm a pretty fun champion. And yeah, Tiana's just like not having fun on this Nidalee. He regrets this Nidalee pick so much now.
Well, I mean, this is the problem with Nidalee, right? She's such a feast or famine pick. It's a real gamble. Because if you don't have the early game that Kanavi had in every single game that he played this champion, you are basically not a champion, right? Just because you are based on being able to skirmish and do a lot of damage as a champ that doesn't really offer too much utility outside of having an Athene's. But that's not even what he's building, right? Because Tian needs damage in order to be relevant in the first place, and then can build for the utility as Khan. Acceleration gate, and the hook under the turret for Fate's Call exists. And that means that Yuyanja's going to be absolutely fine as Crisp going to get hit by the bubble, and the double body block comes through, but 369 there with the culling. And just zoning away 3 people on this Lucian.
Lucian's looking, okay now, right?
I don't think this game has to do anything to do with Lucian, to be honest, my dude.
I'm memeing. I'm just like, yeah, this is a good pick now.
I'm actually scared. I don't want people to think that Lucian is good because of this game, because he's going to win, Because it's still bad. It's still not a good idea to pick that
A lot of other champions would have provided so much more. I mean, the Ornn... I'm not sure if the Ornn was available. I think it got banned.
No, it did get banned, yeah.
Ornn could have been good.
Ornn Wukong were banned, I think, in the second round. As Khan easily picks up the red buff. Thanks for the leash, guys.
Yeah. And I don't know what happened. This feels like the second or third time this series where Top Esports get ahead and then all of a sudden FPX kind of just lose their grip on the game. They start just running into the enemy team when they're behind, looking for plays that aren't supposed to work. And Top Esports are just much more collected as a team, and they're just playing very calmly and much better, just straight up. And it feels like these mid games are just so one-sided because of that. And that kind of feels like the way we are seeing this game play out once again. As 369, really good, just saying, okay, I don't know exactly where they are. They could be in my jungle. I have to respect all vision because I have none. And he's just able to avoid any kind of gank. And that's all that Tian can really do now. He's like, if I can just lock down one person, get a shutdown, for my Renekton or for myself, you know, maybe I could come back and begin to do some burst damage in this game, but it's just not meant to be. 369 is playing too smart in this top side.
Yep, walking over a control ward, decides he doesn't want to take that one down as Khan lying in wait. Not a lot of vision available here for top esports, as you can see, so that's why 369 took the most safe route. And he's going to be absolutely fine here as well. Soul point now for top esports, 4.5 minutes, as they got a free dragon. Now Khan's going to dive onto 369. Now maybe he's overextended, but Khan's taking a lot of damage here. The culling interrupted pretty immediately as Kasa comes in, puts down the pillar, but would have liked that actually against Khan. Gonna possibly subjugate him to death. Remember that buff lasts for a long time and does get some speedy ground. And then on the back end, that's a very dead TM.
That was a one-shot.
To 4 deaths now. And now Baron has been alive for 30 seconds, and Top Esports wants to say that that's enough time for Baron to be alive, and we'll just take it.
They easily have the damage. They will be able to pick up this Baron. FPX knows it. They're just going to split push. But it's just really intelligent play once again by 369. He knows that if they're there, that they're going to clean up too, because his teammates were there to back him up then. You know, earlier on, when he was playing very passively, he didn't have support.
Strategic
instinct. Yeah,
they waited for 369
for the Lucian. That's very smart as well. So it's, you know, it is kind of strategic hinting. It's baiting. He gets in their face. He doesn't know exactly if they're still there, but if they are,
oh my
he's
god,
like, okay, they're gonna die anyway, even if I die.
I'm so sorry, Papa Smithy, but it's tactical hinting.
Yes.
He's already come up with the term. This exists.
Tactical hinting. There you go.
Ah, he's out Papa as well. We should know that. Oh, Khan's going to get exhausted. Blade back destroyed. The Ren set's coming on in. Fate's Call comes down. Kasa does get the tribute, so he's going to be absolutely fine. Zoe picks up the kill on the Aphelios. It's a double for Jackie Love, and they're going to just barrel down this top lane exactly. I don't know whether Tien's going to be able to help out, and Doinby nowhere to be seen. Finally teleports back. But this minion wave is just going to be carried forwards. 369 just going to kill Tien, but he does go golden, buys a few extra seconds, and it looks like the minion wave is where Doinby's going just to try and get some backdoor bonus for these Nexus turrets.
Good play.
Yeah, he's going to try and buy some time there. LWX available in another 5 seconds. Thankfully, it's 22 minutes into the game, so the death timers are actually very short.
Yeah.
And Doinby continues his merry jaunt towards the top side of the map.
Doinby's play is going to save the game here. If he just dies in the front and they have a minion wave with Baron buff, Top Esports can probably just focus down the turrets in the Nexus, but it's not going to happen that way. Even if Doinby dies here, it's like, okay, I mean...
The fact that they're chasing him this whole way is actually genius. As he's going to have Slice, he's going to have Dice.
Zoom in.
He's dead now, but that took a long time.
Poor Renekton. You did it for your team. Well done.
Yep. Let's have a look at how this all unfolded. Wallet's pretty heavy.
Khan says, I'm pillared. He shouldn't be in range to get pillared there. Like, that's, you know, that's what their comp does, right? You're going to get pillared, then you're going to get bubbled, then you're going to get flayed. So you just can't get in range if you're by yourself. Once he gets pillared, he has to jump in, so it looks silly. And it was just kind of like the dominoes falling one after the other. And I love how the Observer highlights this. He says, hey, you know, it's not about 369 picking up a kill on Fiddly that has 0 armor. It's about Doinby keeping this game alive.
Yeah, by kiting those minions away.
It's so desperate right now, even so. I mean, it's an 8,000 gold lead at 23 minutes. But still, he keeps it alive. He gives them a chance, even if it's a tiny one.
Well, Bubble not going to find the target, but you can throw out so much non-committal CC here on the side of Top Esports. They're 8,000 gold in the lead. Certainly staring down the barrel of a 3-1 victory over the 2019 World Champions. This Top Esports squad is, I don't know, they've really come alive since Jackie Love joined the team. Now really starting to prove themselves a superpower of the LPL. Will be phenomenal to watch during the summer season, starting in a few weeks' time.
I mean, clearly in this tournament, they are playing the best by far. I mean, JDG didn't really show up. You know, they kind of got crushed by FPX in the semifinals. Another hook.
Yep, Kasa gets hooked up. He's got Subjugate though. Not going to flash because he doesn't have it available. Doinby getting taken down low as Jackie Love trying to bounce around. Avoids the pounce. Stays alive for so damn long. And in the meantime, gets a couple of kills. It was taken down. Yuyanja still alive as Khan's underneath his turret. Knight blocking so that Yuyanja could get back. And 369 is going to taxi this minion wave forward. Yuyanja was tanking that turret. Probably didn't want to there as 369 is booped around. Khan is going to escape. Doinby able to lock that one down as Knight does have himself the skirmishes, and he's going to utilize it there onto Doinby, who's burning down to that red buff as the minions doing some work. Culdameek comes in. There's the ace that Knight delivers to FPX. He hasn't died yet. His Magize is well and truly stacking up at this point. He's bought one every game. That's the kind of play we want.
And this is why you pick Blitzcrank. Even when you're really far behind, you can almost win team fights if you just eliminate one person right away. Unfortunately, even with Aphelios getting insane AoE damage with everybody bunched up, it didn't matter. And it was 4v5.
Yeah.
Lucian wasn't even there. He was split pushing the bottom side. And then kind of looked silly there at the end when he dies to Doinby, who is desperately trying to carry his team. Unfortunately, FPX aren't quite letting him do that here, as it's been pretty one-sided here so far. The Ocean Soul is on the cards.
21 stacks.
Yeah,
he's just a casual 5-0-11, never mind.
Knight is like always playing he's like always smurfing solo queue when he plays, somehow, you know? Even against the world champions of 2018. He's like, you know, they're okay.
Yeah.
I'll just buy Magize every single game. No big deal. Except the Corki game, I think he did, by the way. All the other 3 games that he has won. Just showing, you know, how much value that item can have. Especially
Remember,
from
only one Nexus turret as well. Baron's going to be up in 40 seconds time. Ocean Soul is, of course, here. I don't know whether we even mentioned that. Too much craziness was happening. But it's going to mean the top esports going to be basically impossible to kill in a team fight. And here is said team fight. Crisp gets taken down extremely low. Gravitum does some work as Moonlight Vigil did land. But top esports move back. They use their, you know, global warmogs that all of them have with this Ocean Soul. Knight with the Shirelias is very scary. Tian gets moved as Khan now down to about half health. The last Nexus turret going to go down, and this could just be the MSC Championship right here, right now for top esports. We're witnessing the birth of some new contenders for the World Championship here, as top esports will win the Mid-Season Cup, but not before they've taken a few glory kills, and there it is. Still, the FPX flares will fly, but congratulations to top esports. They will be your MSC champions.
Yeah, and after the semifinals, I think a lot of people were looking at this team and saying, seems like it should be an easy win for this team. They proved it today. They had the one hiccup in Game 2, where FPX actually were able to use their weird and wonky kind of compositions to catch top esports off guard, but they were absolutely the better team tonight as they dominated 3 games that they did win in pretty excellent fashion. I mean, these weren't just straight wins. They didn't go to 40 minutes in close games. All 3 of their wins were just like dunkaroonies, you know? Like, I gotta invent new words to try to experience and find a way to describe how much they were defeating FPX.
也证明了自己。那现在我们身边也是卡萨，想问问我们的卡萨，因为今天你也是拿到2场的 MVP 嘛？你觉得拿下这一场的比赛，对于你们来说意味着什么呢？会不会非常的开心呢？
因为春决确实是有点遗憾嘛，然后我觉得这一次我们确实是跨出这一步吧，我感觉我们之后还能够拿更多冠军，
还会有更多的进步的空间。那接下来想问问阿水，我相信在你们经过了今天我们的这一个比赛当中，很多人可能都会对你们有非常多的支持，或者说很多的期待，所以你会觉得说这一次对于你们来说意味着什么呢？
就是我觉得这个冠军对 TOP 来说还是就非常有意义的吧，因为 我来滔博满打满算还没超过2个月，但是就是因为滔博之前就是可能就是打的成绩也不算很好，但是我们这一次就是在2个赛区的季中杯上我们能拿冠军的话，我觉得对于我们不管对于我们还是对于其他选手来说都是就一个很大提升吧，因为这也算心魔的一步吧。
The question I asked Jackie Love is about how does he feel about this championship and what does it mean to the whole team? And the answer is this definitely means a lot to us because I joined Top Esport just about 2 months ago, and now we just like across all the shortcomings and also all the obstacles, and we step up as a team. The next question I would like to ask 369. How do you feel about Lucian pick at last game？最后一场的时候，为什么会那么自信的在 counter pick 的时候选了卢锡安呢？
因为就是觉得就是很自信吧，就觉得可以，然后但是可能打出来效果不是很好，回去还会继续练的。
I'm pretty confident, so I pulled that kind of Lucian pick out, but I didn't perform that well. But I'm pretty confident of that champion. The next question I would like to ask is Knight. So, how is it feeling about this championship? Because it's the first championship of top esport and it's in international competition. 想问一问，就是 Knight， 你觉得这一次拿到你们的这一次的季中杯的冠军，感觉怎么样呢？因为这是你的第一个冠军，也是第一个国际赛的冠军嘛。
感觉挺开心的吧，因为从来没有感受过拿冠军的感觉吧，就也挺重要的。
I'm very happy that I can take this trophy home because I never won a championship, and I'm very happy about that. Next question is for 预言家. It's the support of the team. So, how do you feel about this championship? Because really good job with your like all kinds of champion, like the support champion with the hook or the Yumi. 你今天表现得非常的好，你作为一个辅助选手，今天就是无论说是锤石还是Yumi都玩得很好，所以你自己的感觉怎么样呢？拿到这次冠军？
还可以，心情挺开心的。
I'm pretty happy, just very good.
也给我们。
接下来想问一下我们的球球，球球在后台看到兄弟们拿到冠军之后，你什么样的感觉呢？会不会非常的开心？
当然开心了，有点酸。
I'm very happy about this championship, but I'm kind of like jealous of how my teammates can play on the stage, but I'm just watching back on the stage. 最后要问到是我们的教练。So how do you feel about this championship with the whole crew and just made to the top of the Mid Season Cup？ 你今天是看到大家能够走到这里，然后走到巅峰，看到大家能够付出努力，然后得到回报，是什么样的感受呢？
一个是很开心，一个是很激动，因为就我加入滔博也很久了，但我们一直没有拿到冠军，所以这次冠军对我们整个队伍来讲都是意义非凡的。然后我希望就借着这个冠军，我们在夏季赛拿到好成绩，然后能够去 S 赛再拿一个好成绩。
I'm pretty happy and excited that we can work out with a team because I joined in top esport for a very long time, but we now can win this kind of championship. We hope we can perform better, like later on in the summer split or even in the Worlds. Congratulations to you guys！ 再一次恭喜我们的滔博能够获得我们这一次的季中杯的冠军。那接下来我们邀请到的就是本次的颁奖嘉宾，也是来自拳头游戏中国区的负责人林松先生上台为我们所有的冠军选手们颁发属于他们的奖杯。让我们掌声有请，有请。再一次感谢我们的颁奖嘉宾，也恭喜我们的所有的选手们可以获得这样的一个奖杯，也证明着我们的赛区在变得越来越强大。那我们接下来呢，也是再一次恭喜他们，把画面交给我们的解说席。
谢谢。
And congratulations to Top Esports, winners of the first LPL versus LPL International Final. And I know that didn't look like a cup to you guys, but that was the Mid-Season Cup, and that thing is worth 600 grand. So, look, it did look like a plank, but it's worth a whole lot more than that, and it means so much to these players as well. You saw Yuyanjalake proving to us how much of a rookie he is. You know, he hasn't even really gotten used to doing interviews yet, and so he's schooling kids on the rip.
I liked it. It was good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, I mean, you were really good. You were excellent today on the Thresh, and he definitely deserves that win, and I think he should pick up the Pog for the last game.
Oh, straight up.
I hope we get to see that.
I think we are going to see it. We did put the vote in, and someone took it away. So
True.
whether they took it away to put it in the bin and say, Valdanalist, you don't deserve to vote. It was obviously Knight's player of the game, silly Billy. But no, that's not what they're going to do, and hopefully we do get player of the game for that final match because Yanja deserves it. And I think, you know, for a player like that, deserves an accolade here on this stage for honestly playing well in every single game. So a 3-1 victory for Top Esports. And FPX, it was good of them to make it to this end of the tournament. I don't think a lot of people were expecting them to even make it out of Group A. If we cast our minds back to the fact that T1 was in that group, and T1 and Top certainly looked like better teams coming into this tournament. Wasn't how that worked out, and they were able to take down the current LPL champions in JDG to get themselves all the way up there. And us as, you know, LCK commentators, and, you know, we do provide some, you know, a little bit of LCK bias. We can't really help it, of course, having it be the region that we commentate. But it does, you know, it feels a little bit better knowing that Top Esports are actually just legitimately really, really good.
Yeah, I think they would have crushed JDG again if they went head-to-head, and they absolutely deserve this championship that they picked up.
Yep. 100%. So, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for the Mid-Season Cup. I hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope we get to do it again. But until the summer split, goodbye.
I see you broken and beat, head pulled down over your eyes. Every part of you wants to surrender, but darling, you were meant to survive. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart, spend less time in your head.
in the way that he does play. Going into the mid lane, of course, Faker, no stranger to the Corki, and it does look like it will be the Karma in the mid lane to go up against that Corki.
And it seems now we're going to wait till the 20-second mark just to make sure there's no more swap shenanigans that are going on anywhere. And it does look like, okay, so Corki will be in mid against the Karma. You have Jace against Vladimir up in top lane. So the onus is going to be on Kana to try to make something happen. And interestingly enough, it's looking like it's going to be the LCK that have the responsibility on them coming into game number 1 to try to get the ball rolling in the mid stages of the game to convert into something meaningful. They do still have some late game scaling on their side with the Corki. The fact that Kalista actually has a lot of potency against a lot of the champions on the side of FPX, but that Kindred, the Vladimir, and the Aphelios is really, really scary.
Yeah, I mean, if you sit in the game for about 200 years, they're going to be really a big composition, and as you were mentioning, they're going to kind of overcome the T1 comp in the very late stages of the game. So definitely interesting. Guys, we're going to jump into game number 1 right now. Here we go, right onto the Rift. No whitings, no gyos, nothing like that just yet. Hopefully in future seasons and tournaments we can get back all that fun stuff. But for now, we will be playing here on this Rift. As it's interesting that Kana, you know, a guy that has mentioned Khan many times in interviews as a top laner that he's looked up to, a guy that he's learned a lot from, he's going to go ahead and pick the Jace in game 1 straight up against Khan, who has been known for his Jace play in the past. And we do have Nuguri in the tournament as well. Down1's top laner, very famous for his Vladimir, but the Vladimir gets picked much earlier than we will be seeing him play. He will be playing in the next game, in fact, against Top Esports.
And I'm really excited to actually see this Kindred pick here and what FPX can manage to do with it. I think that she is extremely undervalued for such a long time now because her ultimate is so game-breaking against some team compositions. And just the fact that even though she's not designed to really go off in the early stages or the mid-game, if she does, she just takes over the entire game.
Yeah.
And so it's a very interesting kind of jungler. So T1 now. Just going to be having a pretty standard opening here. Cuz is just going to full clear his red side jungle. Tien opened up with a blue steal. And taking a look at the runes, everything is pretty standard across the board.
Yeah, don't really notice anything too out of the ordinary when we do take a look at the runes. Of course, the Unsealed Spellbook Karma was kind of highlighted earlier on. Tons of utility, about as much as you can get in one champion package. As we do have to talk about the jungle early game. There was a bit of an invade. The scan from the red trinket did miss the one ward from T1, but it didn't catch the invade. It only saw Donby moving forward. And so, Cuz is not going to know. I do not believe that this is happening. He's going to see the blue buff being taken. He should know because of the delay in the jungle path from Tien, but it's kind of too little too late at this point just to know it, as he's not going to be able to efficiently respond other than going for wolves and clearing the rest of his jungle, so he will be 3-buffed by Tien on the side of FPX.
Yeah, and Olaf's going to transition this into picking up the right side Scummer Crab as soon as it spawns. Baker has control over mid lane, and it must be nice. Tien does roll like a god, the Kindred mark on the left side, although he's not pathing towards it right away.
Yeah, and he's going to be seen too, so.
Yeah, ends up getting spotted out and didn't path towards it, and you can see Doonby had a lane reset, so even though Kana had priority up in top lane, Tien likely would have been able to actually sneak that mark. And so that's going to be a bit unfortunate for him. Kana very low on mana right now up here in top lane. Does still have 2 corrupting charges left. We'll see if he actually would just elect to cheater recall on this next wave, because it's going to be really hard for him to achieve anything here against this Vladimir on this wave or the follow-up wave. Kana's just sitting pretty.
Yeah, he's sitting back. He's putting on immense pressure. They were kind of giving the top side of the map over to Cuz, even though he didn't take it. He's still going to be able to take that scuttle and have a lot of vision control. So kind of doing well up in the top side, but you do have to point out that Khan is keeping up in the CS difference up in the top side and is feeling pretty okay himself. All the junglers just farming everything out for now, and it will be a little bit of a slower early game for now.
What we have to pay attention to is T1 needs to get early dragons. They have to convert it into something meaningful. First one of the game is going to be Ocean Drake. If you're a T1 fan, you want Cloud to come up second. That way you know 100% you'll at least get a meaningful soul. And Tian making his way up to top lane, just going to clear out the ward. Kind of difficult to get anything going with Vladimir when he's not 6 yet. As Doinb is going to teleport right back into mid lane, clear out the wave, and now he'll have temporary control as Faker backs up. He'll recall with teleport, and T1, they are going to get the first dragon of the game. We'll see if they initiate a lane swap off of this right away. It would be a bit early, but the timing would line up for it.
We don't see it.
No, it's going to be instant teleport back top.
Do have the teleport there. And you were talking about early Jakes for T1. They see Tian up in the top side. They say, well, we could just push in bot and rotate over to the dragon, take a very easy Ocean. And with the Cloud coming up second, that means we will not have Cloud Soul. So should be a very heavily contested either Infernal or Mountain Soul in this game. Both of them would have to see them being pretty important, but I think Infernal is really going to be insane for both of these teams if one of them can pick them up, and could definitely push T1's weaker, very late game into a position where they do have the power to, you know, come over the top on FPX's composition. But it will come down to the gameplay as another mark is down on the bottom side here. You can see already Tian is trying to make his way up towards that. See if he can lock it down.
And Cuz getting a lot of HP and mana back from that honey fruit. Scuttlecrab getting a little hungry himself.
Little snack.
Yeah.
And you can see Faker having a little bit of trouble. That hook was not going to hit him. It hit the little nub of the wall that comes out, but he still flashes away, Cuz. And at the same time, Tian is going to pick up the mark and level 6. And so T1 is just going to have to say, okay, you win this round. We'll back off. But the extra pushing out of the mid lane gave a little bit of priority over to Doinb to be able to come down there and help out, as well as Crisp getting there in the fight a little bit ahead of effort. So props to FPX for being pretty proactive about getting that mark for their Kindred.
And Kana is having a really hard time right now up here in top lane. The Vladimir gets so much value out of the Seeker's Arm Guard, not just against the Jace, but also against the Olaf in an event that he would never end up trying to be ganked. But Kana's just doing such a better job than Kana already in this game. He's winning in CS as Vladimir against Jace. And Jace matchups are generally measured by how close you can stay to Jace, not by if you can actually beat him or not. So things are not looking very good for T1 on the top side of the map, as Kana, all he's been doing is pushing. He hasn't even managed to get a turret plate. Nothing meaningful has been able to be converted out of it. And now, interestingly enough, the one time something might happen is because Khan was allowed to push back. So we'll see if anything comes from this. Kana does have Executioners now, so is able to hurt Vladimir, sustain a little bit inside of the lane, but Tian actually just going to start up the Rift Herald, it seems like.
Yeah, and an axe was thrown. It did look like T1 kind of have an idea that this is going on, but they don't really want to contest it just yet, especially because, you know, when you pick a lane bully and you can't bully lane, it's not a great feeling. As we saw Kana thinking about rotating down. He's still here. He's got to be really careful. But, well, looks like he's just going to be okay. As Tiana is going to be able to back away. And we will return to farming. But that is a very big pickup very early on in the game. I mean, this is a 9-minute Rift Herald, 850. He's going to be able to get some plates easily from this. It's just going to be up to him on which lane he wants to snowball.
Well, we're almost at 10 minutes here in the game, Valdez. The score is still 0-0, so
yeah.
It's good to be back.
Welcome back, guys. Oh, man.
They don't call it literally can't kill for nothing.
Yeah. I mean, at least I think the next game is going to have a little bit more action, right? Dalmon up against Top Esports.
That's what you think.
You would imagine.
Hopefully.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Valdez doesn't know. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough. You pick Karma versus Corki with the Manamune, then call. It's like, okay, well, we can just sit back and, yeah. That's about it.
And at this point, I mean, in the game, Corki is completely fine to just keep scaling up and doing his thing, but likewise, so is Kindred, so is Vladimir. So right now, this second Cloud Dragon is super important for T1 to get, because then the third Drake is going to be the one that you know. Hold on.
They're collapsing onto Tian. He's going to be forced to blow that ultimate. The casket's not good to knock him out. And the huge shield and heal is going to be enough to get him to safety. That looked like an unsealed spellbook heal coming out from Doinby, full health, and now the return. But in goes Teddy and his support, able to pick up the first blood in the back line. But Doinby and the rest of FPX on the chase. Did they go too deep is the real question here. As Teddy is going to be locked down. Effort will go down here. Faker over the wall, trying to help him out. But there's that turret, and now the visual is going to come out. That's a lot of damage, but no lockdown. And it looks like the mobility of Kalista and the Corki will be able to get them out of dodge, but that's a 2-for-1 in kills going the way of FPX.
And so FPX, they come out ahead in kills, but the gold score still at the top is pretty much even. And what this also does is it buys a lot of time, but because of the way that the deaths occur, T1, Olaf is going to get to the Cloud Dragon. We take a look at the package landing right on top of Kindred. And the Gragas, unfortunately for effort, the trees end up saving the Kindred. Just getting pressed against the wall there. Crisp and LWX very quick to collapse. Teddy and effort go on to Tien, end up getting that kill there. You can see now in live.
Yeah.
It looks like
fighting for the Cloud Drake, and it is going to go the way of Cuz this time around, but what will be the damage? FPX don't want to go down without a fight here, as Effort is insanely tanky. He doesn't seem to die, and now it's a 4-on-3, as FPX a little bit too desperate to pick up the kills. It looks like T1 will be able to lock down 3 on the back of this. You can see Doinby desperately trying to pick up that kill onto Effort, but it's not going to happen. Now 3-0 is Teddy on the Kalista.
And Teddy this is not a cuddly teddy bear, I'll tell you that much here in this game. 3-0 on the Kalista. And it's really problematic because Kalista and Corki are the two champions you need to worry about most. The Jace you can pretty much ignore in the later stages, especially because he really failed to do anything in the early stages of the game. But that was a very bizarre decision by FPX. After the Dragon went down, okay, cut your losses.
Oh, they really want to pick up this lockdown, or the shutdown rather, and they're going to hand it over to Aphelios. That was really tricky. We saw that Chris was really far away. He didn't have flash, and so Teddy was like, oh, I feel safe. But the heal coming out of LWX, as well as that delayed route from the tricky switch on the guns, means that they pick up that kill. And now with the Rift Herald, but he'll be able to pick up some extra money here in the mid lane as they pick up, it looks like 3 plates, as Crisp was looking to even dive the turret at the same time. And the action seems to have really blown up now here after 10 minutes.
Yeah, and we're finally getting some action. Kana also able to get some plates up here in top lane. Tien coming up here, gonna try to maybe make a play happen, but Kana gonna be really quick to try to get out of this. Still has the flash available, he should never die.
Yeah, for the Hex Drinker is going to get him low. He flashes away. Now, Tien delayed a little bit. He hit the ward twice on his way up. I think he could have just gone straight up and maybe had a better chance. But either way, let's take a look at the replay.
This is what's so bizarre. So the Cloud Dragon goes down, and they funnel into this narrow corridor, and they know about Faker to the north. Aphelios wasn't here, and it was just a buffet for T1. That's really all that there is to say at the very end of this. Now, immediately after this, Kalista does go down in the bot lane, but this was such a nice victory for T1, and it is Infernal Soul this game, so arguably the best dragon that they could get, given that FPX has a lot of sustained damage in their team composition. Karma can really keep the fights going. Kindred flourishes in sustained fights. Aphelios and Nautilus likewise. So a Mountain Soul, while the resistances are nice, doesn't outright just end the game the way that it can against certain team compositions. So T1 rolling really well with that Infernal. Corki making his way to the Trinity Force. But we got 2 minutes at least until the action continues to unfold. Karma continuing on the full support utility item path as Ardent Sensor picked up. Massive for Kindred and Aphelios.
Yeah, it's essentially like you got one ranged support, kind of a mage support in the mid lane that can do a bit of damage, but it's mostly there to support your 280 carries and even the Vlad with the shields, and then you got that engaged tanky support in the bottom side. So that is the way that FPX's team composition does round itself up, as Cuz heavily prioritizing that Rift Herald actually wants to take down this mid-tier 1, but at the same time FPX will be looking to trade the turret down to the bottom side as a little bit of a skirmish here. Tien pretty angry after the way this early game has gone, and he's looking to take names, although Cuz he's not ready to go for the fight. And see, they're still looking to push here. They want to rotate into the mid lane after getting that turret in the bottom side. And this is what we all love about the LPL teams. They love to be proactive and look for plays. They're not going to sit back and make the same play. They want to get as much value as possible. And here we go. They get the turret, but have they gone too deep as Chris is going to go down? The Kindred ultimate is too late. And now he's out of an ultimate for a good 120 seconds. That's a long cooldown on that Kindred ult.
Yeah.
So, you know, they get the turret, but maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew.
And so all of this for the mid-tier 1 turret effort, used the cast to open this up, and Chris just going a little bit too reckless. He's done this twice now. And Kindred ult a little bit too late. As you did point out, it wasn't too late to where I would just say it's the ping, you know? It's not one of those things. Yeah, I can't really throw him a bone there, I'll tell you that.
No. Yeah, he had a good, let's say 700 MS to get out of that one. the extra 20 didn't really affect his play. As we're going to be looking to make a play around the Infernal Drake now. Very early these Drakes were taken now. We talked about this T1 really prioritizing this, and so far it's been 2 for 0. Tien not really able to land the smite there in the second fight over the Cloud Drake. So you can see T1 going to let them leash here and look for an engage and just poke on the top side as, okay, it's going to be denied by the Valkyrie, and that's a lot of damage.
J-Shock Blast whiffs.
Yeah, it does, but they should be able to lock down this one. The smite is not going to come in just yet. Khan in the front, but now he is low. As T1, they don't necessarily have to fight this, and so they say, we're just going to back away. We got the Infernal Drake, now we're on Drake's Soul in 5 minutes. You know, good for you. You weren't able to really take much from us.
And this is the really scary thing, is that typically 2.5 items, it's online by 23 minutes, but not quite 3. Hold on.
Okay, they're not backing down. They say, T1, you dare fight us in the mid lane. We are going to chop you down like an old oak of a team that you are. As a lot of poke is coming out now in the mid lane, they clear the wave, and so it is going to delay the push as Faker is pushing the bottom side. So T1 able to try to stand back up after losing Kana on the top side.
So typically third items will generally be completed around the 27-ish minute mark, and that's not going to be online by the time the Infernal Soul is going to be up. And that's really the item breakpoint that you're looking for on Vladimir and Aphelios in this game. I mean, Kindred will have 2 items. Karma is still going to be there bolstering. I mean, take a look at this replay, and it is just very bizarre decision by T1. You don't really know what they were thinking because you have Faker down in the bottom just pushing the wave, and there's no real universe where FPX is able to raise that mid-tier 2, and it's not the end of the world. Even if they could, it's 500 gold.
Yeah.
And the question that you ask yourselves is, are we going to lose this game if this turret dies here? The answer is no. So, giving a little bit more over to FPX, but the real scary thing for them is that their champions' base scalings as well as items is not going to be online yet by that Infernal Soul fight, and T1 are not only going to have the edge at it, they're going to potentially just be able to win the game at that fight.
Yeah. I mean, you take a look at their carries already. Just kind of ignore Kana in the top lane for one moment. So you got Faker 2, 0, and 3 with 2.5 items, and it's not just a regular 2 items. It's Trinity Force and Muramana completed with the Zeal, as well as a 3 and 1 Callista, who is struggling to get that second item, actually. Not quite as much farm as Faker just yet. Faker really the big boss of DPS on the side of T1. And I think it's really going to come down to key ultimates from Tian and Khan, but at the same time, you gotta look to LWX, who's 3 and 0, to try to somehow pull out the mechanics and, you know, be the underdogs in the team fight, but still win with the Aphelios. They're gonna have a lot of their money on that one player, and we'll have to see if he can pull it off.
Yeah. And it looks like DNB is gonna be going for 3rd item Death Cap. And that will mean that maybe he can get a second needlessly large rod prior to the Infernal Dragon fight. See if he can end up doing that. Khan.
Effort's coming as well. He's almost here. The cast is going to come down, but a good flash by Khan. That was close. If he did not flash that one, I think he would maybe not go directly into the arms of Kana, but Kana could have closed the distance with his own flash and finished off the kill.
The other thing that is going on here for Khan is that he's got a little bit of Build-A-Bear workshop going on here. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard, Aether Wisp picked up, he has the Proto Belt, but this means that he won't have a second core item, I believe, by the time Infernal Soul does end up spawning, so this is a little bit scary. Kindred should be able to recall into the Black Cleaver, as Tian has been sitting on those items for a very long time. And all of the pressure is going to be on LWX in this last team fight because Faker is ginormous.
He might pick up his 3rd item here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be pretty insane.
He's got an okay amount of CS right now. 244 at 2150. I'm not quite impressed, you know. I'm thinking, why not 245?
Yeah.
But,
you know,
he does have the 3rd item.
And there it is, Rapid Fire Cannon. He's going to be just chunking people down. And this is the worry, especially for an AD carry like Aphelios. If he doesn't have the right guns, he can be pretty low range and just get poked out by champions like a Corki. So you don't, okay, we're not poking, we're just going straight into the backline, and LWX just disappears as Tiana's going to be late on the ultimate once again. The burst coming in now from the chase is going to be enough, and this is going to be an easy cleanup for T1. As Cuz, though, is going to have to use that heal to get out of dodge here. Khan running straight into it, and Faker coming back in with the teleport. Should be able to take out Khan here as he is under that turret, but he does not have the pool any longer. It's Faker! They're going a little bit too deep after getting the win on that fight there, but still the jungler of FPX is down.
Now, fortunately for them, no one else on the side of FPX has teleport. LWX does not have it, so T1 are still going to be able to get the Infernal Soul, but that was a little bit reckless. Right at the very end there. They're going to pick up this Infernal Soul. Gave Olaf about half a longsword too, so nice little gold value, but I feel like the game now is probably over, Valdez. That Infernal Soul plus their gold lead, plus the fact that their champions are still just so much stronger, they're going to be able to use this to convert into a Baron really easily now. And even the support Gragas becomes a bit of a menace now.
Yeah.
With just his basic combo. So we take a look at how this all transpires, and Faker just saw lethal on Aphelios and blew him completely up as Kana tried to go in for the assassination. Effort very clean on the follow-up right there. Khan very slow to arrive to the fight. He got knocked up. He went to Pound Town. And then T1 did just really force the issue a little bit too much, though.
Yeah.
And they end up paying a bit of a price for it.
Yeah, it looks like the shutdown went over to Vladimir, who is 2-1. So, you know, you're only 2 or so mistakes away from, you know, again, they have Infernal Soul. It is going to be very difficult to throw this game from this position, but still got to be careful about making plays like that. And you can see they're just setting up for the Baron right now. Just trying to use that power that they do have. I mean, Faker he's like 3 champions in 1 right now as, okay. That was,
He's just trying to give him a drink. Leave him
hey,
alone.
you probably need this more than I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, if it went the opposite way, I'm sure that Faker could have 2-shot him. So, got to be careful. And this Kindred pick so far, I have to say, it hasn't been very effective. I mean, it is not getting the required ultimates to save your teammates against the burst that T1's composition does have. And that's the hard part about it. The burst that does come in so fast it's pretty hard to respond to on time. As you can see, Faker just going to say, okay, I took that last team fight into my own hands. I guess I'll take this Baron into my own hands. And with Kalista not on the Baron, they're going to say, okay, probably not doing it. But now Teddy is going to rotate over to this objective. When will FPX realize? Now they will, but is it too late? It's now Teddy's on the Baron. Yeah. And it's too little, too late. Olaf gonna smite that one down as T1 will pick up the Baron at 25-45.
And now, basically what FPX need to do is, well, no, not escape from the game. That's the opposite of what you want to do. That's not where the surrender button is.
Checking their video settings as to why, you know? It's like, oh, what's going on?
Basically, they need to avoid a team fight until Kindred recalls, gets Black Cleaver, and Karma gets Death Cap.
Okay, they're just going to go for the Olaf here. Again, this is a tank Olaf. It's pretty much pure tank as well, so.
Teddy's just, I mean, he's doing stuff up there.
And look at what they're doing. I mean, they have the poke to deny all these backs. And so as long as they have vision and they don't overcommit here, they can delay a lot of backs on the side. But Kalista is just going to join up with her team. Not going to push it too far, although I feel like she may have been able to as Ingo's Faker once again. But there's the leash from the Karma. Ingo's Aphelios. They're considering getting in there, and now Faker is going to go down, but he does trade. As, again, this reckless behavior Faker is coming in today. He really wants to make it, you know, extremely sure to everybody that he is the one that's going to be making the plays. As Khan wants to try to rival that here, as he is going to have to flash away. But do they have the damage to follow it up here? Finally, the Kindred ultimate is going to come in on time, but there it is. The huge burst damage comes out from Effort, and that's going to be the cast. The menace from the support, as you mentioned, is going to have the damage as T1 will look to push in and end this game.
And T1 are certainly going to be able to do so, I believe, as Aladios is coming up, but I don't think that he can do a lot right now, I'll tell you that much.
No, he's a little bit small this time around. Not really able to do much. He's going to poke down Cuz, doesn't even get the kill. Kana going to come in there and take names, as Doimbe not even going to be able to save his life. Will they? Look at how fast Faker is. He's going to go in, pick up the kill, and Faker will get out alive. Gragas is going to give his life, and that's going to be the end of the game. GG, as T1 will pick up the first game here of the Mid-Season Cup. As FPX did put on a pretty nice show, especially in the early game. I liked how proactive they were. But T1 is making it clear that the predictions that a lot of the casters did make is probably what is going to happen. T1 looked to be the favorite coming out of this group. To death by the amount of CC that T1 and burst, by the way, that T1 have in their composition. I feel like this is a mega win in the draft to the side of T1.
Oh, it's beyond Mega. Valdez. I don't even.
What is above Mega?
I'm not even sure. This is quite a big draft win. T1 is winning out pretty much everywhere. I mean, there will be people that will jump through hoops to say that Kennen versus Aatrox is somewhat of a meaningful win, but the way that it translates in the later stages of the game, I mean, you're stuck with a Kennen, so that's a little bit unfortunate. The other thing is that this is also a red side Kennen, so it's going to be harder to find teleport wards in the later stages of the game if it even gets to that point. The other weird thing about the Kennen is the opponents are coming into you. So defensive slicing Maelstroms aren't quite as strong as other defensive ultimates, like defensive Equalizer on Rumble or something. There was definitely many more approaches this team comp could have taken. Even Soraka top would have actually been probably much better here. She beats Aatrox as well, but Damwon with a very wonky draft. The Kennen and the Lee Sin are just trying to achieve things that are the polar opposite of what Zoe and Ezreal want, whereas T1 are pretty harmonious in their approach here. This game looks like it could just be a stomp.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I didn't expect it, as we are going to hop into Game 3 of the night. T1 up against Damwon. Here we do go, right back onto the Rift, as we're going to have to see Damwon, the heavy underdogs here, especially after the draft. They need to prove it to us and everybody that somehow they're going to outplay one of the best teams in the world, if not the best, at this current time. With a draft like this, it's not going to be easy. So, looking forward to seeing what they do have left in the tank. But if they go down to T1, maybe everybody's 4th place Damwon predictions are justified.
Well, interestingly enough, Faker is running Unsealed Spellbook here on Twisted Fate, has already selected the W skill point. Also, the Golden Snow Blower skin here.
Whoa!
For Cuz. As we'll see how this TF chooses to build.
Yeah.
Will it be the AP TF or will it indeed be the hybrid? Hybrid TF or AD TF in general has been buffed recently a few times in a row. AD or base AD went up, so obviously that affects Trinity Force because Trinity Force operates off base AD. And then in addition to that, the mana cost on the R was reduced on Twisted Fate, and that's very big for AD TF because typically it doesn't get to build mana items outside of the Triforce, so has less access to mana.
Yeah, you can see down here in the bottom lane, early game, of course, the 2 melee champions will struggle against Ezreal Karma. When we were talking about wins in the bottom lane, we weren't necessarily talking about the early levels. That can be a bit difficult for Teddy and Effort to handle here. So they're just going to have to play passively, accept waves into the turret, and try not to take too much damage. You saw the wind wall first was the choice by Teddy. That's very smart, just to try to lock down as much of this farm as possible with some defensive abilities.
And this lane is just going to be about surviving for the first couple of levels, and then Yasuo Gragas does get the ability to turn it on its head. And Ghost and Barrel, I mean, they're not getting really any meaningful trade or poke damage early on here. Cuz just has complete freedom to keep power farming on the Graves. He doesn't really have any pressure to be anywhere, which is going to be very fortunate for him because the responsibility is on the Lee Sin to make things happen. But again, Lee Sin's role in this team composition is not congruent with what Ezreal and Zoe are trying to achieve.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And we're seeing a little bit of a CS gap come in here in the bottom side as well as the top lane. I feel like that's not necessarily unexpected. And you did talk about how that is one of the matchups where T1 could struggle in terms of player experience, but here we go, down on the bottom side, Exhaust going to be used for quite a while. Is the burst damage enough? It looks like not quite. As Beryl is going to take a bunch of damage there on the backside and will have to back. Used both summoners to get out of that one. Keep in mind that Teddy and Effort now both have flash. So that was actually a very effective gank. It opens up the chance for them to farm. It lets them push and get a good back. As you see, Ghost is kind of floundering in the river. It lets them even get a nice little lead to pick up some of these items, get some good XP, and be ready to, you know, hit the stage of the game where they actually do have a chance to fight up and be favored against that bottom side, I should say. So, very nice gank there coming out from Cuz already.
Yeah, and I think that what we really need to pay attention to is that Summoner spells being blown at any point down in bot lane really sets up for chaos by the Twisted Fate anytime that he has the ultimate available, because Gragas and Yasuo have such insane reach down a lane that with the Destiny Gate becomes very easy to create kill setups. And so far there's still no clear idea of where Faker's going to go with his itemization yet. He goes Merc Tread's first item on TF. Mobility on this champion is just super valuable. And so no commitment to anything yet, AP or AD.
Yeah, but he missed the 2 CS there.
Oh,
so.
I just wrap it up. I mean, why doesn't he just, you know?
Yeah.
Talk about.
So I don't really care what build he's going for.
You know, Michael Jordan Last Dance. I mean, this is...
Oh man.
Have you watched that?
Yeah, I watched the first 4 episodes.
Okay, I'm currently on episode 6.
Did it come out on Netflix already? The next episodes? Because it stopped at 4 for me. And then I was like, where did they go?
Yeah, the last 2 come out on June 1st.
Oh, they're coming out in packets of 2?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, it's really good.
Fantastic.
Would highly recommend.
Absolutely fantastic, yeah.
Yeah. It makes me think about, this is kind of off topic, but we are going to have a little bit of a gank here as Effort's even here. Showmaker in a bit of trouble. Do they have the damage? Yes. Or no, they don't have the damage. He does have the flash to get away from that one. Doesn't even have to burn the cleanse. I feel like if they were going to go for that play, they needed to flash card first and have him at least blow cleanse as well, because this allows Showmaker a chance to get out of some further ganks.
And Faker does have the level 6 available, and so Ghost and Beryl have to be really careful. Nuguri as well, with the way that Kennen likes to play this lane. Now, Nuguri's doing a really good job up here in top lane. He's up 14 CS yet. Has the cold start as well. But now, this is the scary spot by Ghost and Beryl, where Teddy can threaten to freeze the lane. And Ghost doesn't have teleport available. This is a nightmare spot. They just will bleed so much EXP if Teddy just had elected to hold the wave. But now it's actually slow pushing back into Ghost and Beryl, and I'm not really quite sure why that...
I don't know. It looked originally like he wanted to freeze. Maybe so many of the ranged minions were too low or something? It looks like that
the
was
camera panned away.
Yeah.
So I'm not totally sure what he ended up doing there. It's just so bizarre because bot lane would have been in a stranglehold where you have the Graves in close proximity. Faker has Ignite ultimate available. Beryl's still flashless. If Ezreal and Karma have to walk up, it's a death sentence.
Yeah.
Every single day of the week, and instead, they've now rewarded Ghost and Beryl by crashing back into them. Now, it will grant them a reset, so they'll come back with better combat stats. But the question is this line more winning than having just froze and playing around mid and jungle, allowing them to take over the lane for you? But T1 seemingly just taking the least variance route and playing ping pong and just letting things go as normal. And we do have an answer, by the way. Twisted Fate will be going AP.
Yes. He is going to be going into the AP, so Faker not gracing us with any kind of hybrid or AD builds coming out here in the mid lane. Perhaps he'll save that for the future if we do get to see him play it once again. And so, yes, the Yasuo... Well, actually, I don't think Teddy went back. Or no, he had 3 daggers. He did go back. He built the boots. Only. I don't know, that seems weird. But here we go anyway. The Destiny Gate is going to come on in. Exhaust coming in. The flash card. And they should have enough damage. As down he goes. First blood will be fed over to Teddy on that Yasuo in the bottom side as Damwon with Barrel. We're up here trying to take down the Rift Herald.
And the thing is Ezreal falling behind is not something that Damwon wants to have happen because he's an integral piece to the team composition, and the Yasuo getting ahead is a nightmare because Yasuo is a pretty key piece in stifling Damwon's team composition. Just the nature of the champion, the reach that he has inside of the team fights, the win wall. It's very problematic if Teddy gets ahead. He's going to end up CSing the wave. He knows that he can't stay for the turret plate. He's just going to recall.
Hey, look, this looks like a freeze. Little one there. He's having a push into him, but now it looks like he's clearing the entire wave. As I say that?
Oh.
Ooh, that auto is gonna follow him.
Yep. It's going to hit him. Wait, what?
Yeah, it hit him.
Oh, I'm blind. I'm lost sight.
No, I think it was actually just invisible.
Okay.
Notice how he's got 1 pot left, so he just says, okay, I mean, I'll just run back down into the bottom
yeah,
lane
he doesn't
with
want
half
to
health.
miss any CS or EXP. Is what he's actually racing after. So, interesting decision by him. Knows that he doesn't really care about his HP, and he doesn't need to unless he's intentionally looking for a kill. He's just going to rely on the Doron shield and passive HP region to try to get him back up. And Canyon's down here right now, but Cuz's as well. Destiny Gate not yet available for Faker, but he does have the teleport. That almost looks like a Prestige Edition skin, right, for Graves?
The yellow one?
Yeah.
Is that just a chroma?
Yeah.
It's just like a regular...
Yeah, it's the Snowblower Graves, yeah. The yellow chroma.
Graves has a lot of cool skins.
He does. He really does, yeah.
He's got like, he's got both ends of the spectrum too. You know, he's got like the summer skins, the winter skins. He's received a lot of attention as, okay, we're just going to drop it down here. Not really wasting any time as now 4 members of Damwon are down on the bottom side.
Oh.
Effort already at about half health here as nice win wall. Going to deny a bunch of that. But nice little crash. Going to hand over a bunch of gold to the side of Damwon's bottom lane. Meanwhile, Faker able to take some back here in the mid lane. You'll notice that he went Unsealed Spellbook and then he went... Why is this failing me right now? Anyway, we do have a bit of a dive down on the bottom side here. Nuggery getting a lot of stuns down as Kana is going to survive. Flashes just barely before that last turret auto comes in. So now Cuz going to spot Showmaker here and just push him away. So another nice play with the ultimate of the TF, really making that pick look quite strong here.
Yeah. Manages to get another pick for his teammate. And TF just keeps absorbing all of the assists, and that's perfectly fine. Faker also ahead in EXP here over Showmaker. He just dinged 10, and Showmaker likewise, so Faker only a couple of minions ahead in the XP department.
Yeah.
And even though he's down in CS, you have to remember that TF's passive is very frustrating. Gives him so much extra gold. Honestly, makes passives like Draven look a little bit unfair. You know, TF doesn't even have a mini quest that he has to complete. As 2.5 minutes until that Infernal Dragon, that's going to be a big one. We do have an exciting soul this game, given that it will be either Ocean or Mountain. Here we go.
Okay, there you go. The cast comes in. They're trying to lock down Canyon, and down he will go. The cast knocked him so far away from the range of safety, and he had already burned his big flash to try to get Teddy into a precarious situation. That was not what happened. It was the exact opposite, as Cuz once again was in position for the counter gank.
And Damwon just losing some stability around the map right now. They're not down too much. It's only 1,000. Kana going to make a quick detour into the red side jungle of Canyon, steal away the red buff. And that was a bubble that I'm not really quite sure how that hit, but...
Lost sight.
Yeah, lost sight. Not the end of the world.
Yeah. Lobster sauce. Delicious.
You just keep making fun of me, man.
No, it's a good
Whatever,
thing.
it's not a
No,
big
it's
deal.
a good
Honestly,
thing.
it's not a big deal.
It's a compliment.
It's not a big deal.
Okay, nice little bait here out of Nuggery. Kind of does not have the range to take him down, and he's also going to get stunned. Should be the eventual kill. Going down and handed over to Canyon as Nuggery just able to bait that kill into existence.
And, well, that is a bit of breath of fresh air for Damwon. And we take a look at how this transpires again. What is Beryl doing behind enemy lines is the question. As a really nice, easy pickup there for Teddy. Kana comes into top lane really quick. And ends up getting brought down by Canyon. Guess he wasn't expecting him to be there. You see the question mark pings going down on the minimap. Not sure who could be issuing them.
Are they really question mark pinging their own teammate in a pro game? Or was it just
no
like,
one's
oh.
safe.
Oh, man. Well, it's funny, by the way, you were talking about this Ezreal pick into Yasuo Gragas, and, you know, maybe people would look at it and say, hey, he's got Arcane Shift, so, you know, maybe he can be safe away from the cask and be fine. That is not the case, as we have seen many times now in a row. The win wall against the True Shot Barrage is pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
Every time it comes out, it just denies all of Ezreal's burst damage in one go, while, you know, Yasuo has his own burst damage getting off here. We do have the Infernal Drake coming in. The smite goes the way of Cuz. This guy, he's got the golden smite finger as now the flank comes in, and the dominoes start falling as in goes Faker. Nice blue card, buddy. Not going to amount to much. He knew he wasn't going to get a kill anyway, so he decided, let's get some mana. I'd like to imagine.
Well, the other thing about the blue card is that it has the 0.9 AP ratio now from the TF buff, so it deals actually a lot of damage. So perhaps thinking, you know, I'm not going to get the kill, but I'll do as much as I possibly can. And so Faker now going to start a split pushing. This is where TF starts to become really obnoxious. He's so agile and such a nuisance in the side lanes. Because getting that steal, World Ender in the backline by Kana, doing so much damage. Destiny Gate comes in from the north. Faker not able to find any more follow-up, but doesn't really matter. They ended up making out with a victory. Bottom tier 1 turret didn't quite go down yet, as it looks like it's going to be Rod of Ages into Lichbane for Faker.
Yeah, it's going to give him some pretty nice burst alongside of anything else. Just for the empowered auto on top of the stacking he's got with the Rod of Ages. Now T1 with the control of this game, they're looking to take down the Rift Heralds. 3.5 minutes until the next mountain break here. Will be Mountain Soul in this game. So they decide, let's try to go for this objective, but they're not really... They won't be too torn if they can't get it. They say, okay, we'll just reset it. You know, it's 17 minutes and a half into the game. It's not really going to do too much. So we'd rather not lose our lives over that objective. And see Damwon looking to posture and perhaps go for it themselves, but again, it's not really that worth when it does come down to it.
Yeah, and the Kennen uses his Spellbook Ghost to rush back up to top lane. Gonna have lots of posturing again. Now, Damwon, they shouldn't want to lose their lives over this Rift Herald, but it seems like they are potentially very eager to do so. So, I'm very excited to watch if this does transpire.
Ooh, that's a nice little spot.
Yeah, that...
Okay.
That was really close. That was really close.
Damwon. Okay. And in the meanwhile, you can see that T1 weren't really doing too much work. I mean, we do have the Yasuo down here in the bottom side pushing. Let's see if they do actually try to get in here and stop the push, or do they just respect it and say, okay, we'll side push. Looks like Shelly, or Shirley this time, will be able to get a second charge on in. The cask Going to go wide this time around. Effort has been really clean so far today, but that time around doesn't really pan out. It's now Teddy on Vision. We shouldn't have too much more action from here on out.
Minute and a half until the Mountain Drake comes up, and that's a pretty big dragon. Mostly because Damwon needs to prevent T1 from getting it. Because Mountain Soul, it makes it pretty hard for Damwon to play. If T1 gets to it, the Kennen and Lee Sin attempted engage is just invalidated. The amount of damage that the full utility support Karma is going to try to dish out is invalidated. The Mountain Soul itself is going to make it so that Zoe doesn't really have a clear opening, and everything is going to fall onto Ezreal. And it's just not going to be a really good sight because none of these champions really build pen. So Mountain is another really good role for T1 in regards to what souls could they ideally hope for here. Lichbane has been completed on the Twisted Fate, Death's Dance on the Aatrox up in top lane. Lethality is the itemization of choice here for the Graves. I imagine that he's going to go Umbral Glaive as his next item. And
this is a bit awkward for Cuz. He's going in back to try to get the minions, and potentially a little bit of help there from Effort. Doesn't pan out. Faker, he doesn't really seem to care. He says, I'm TF, I'm going to split push. If everybody wants to try to collapse onto my Graves, that's fine. But the problem, as you were mentioning here, is picking up that Mountain Drake and denying it away from T1 is going to be quite valuable for this Damwon team. See if they can do it, though. 10 seconds on Cuz. And you know that T1 are going to try to delay this as much as possible. And well, actually... okay.
Well.
Destiny Gate coming on in. Canyon is in a precarious situation. The really nice slicing Maelstrom on the 4, though, as the double knockup will get in the backline, but the damage that comes out here from Nuggery and Ghost is going to be quite effective. Cuz gets here late to the party, says, what happened? Why is the house on fire? Well, that was a really nice play. Everybody stacked up to try to get the kill onto Canyon, that they all stacked up for the Kennen.
And that was a very big turnaround by Damwon. It's not every day that you get that kind of a slicing Maelstrom out of Kennen. In fact, it's almost pretty unrealistic to get that kind of value. And this is going to actually help Damwon stabilize in this game. Ghost going to pick up the bot tier 1 turret. Now Damwon with a 1,000 gold lead. 2 Drakes away from Mountain Soul. We take a look at how this all transpires. And Cuz gets hit by the bubble. Ezreal even coming in to assist a little bit onto the Graves. And right here, this actually looked like a really big blunder because they had Showmaker up in top lane. Destiny Gate, the location chosen by Faker, though. A little bit surprising. The Slicing Maelstrom just getting such insane value. And they get themselves the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, it's quite big. Nice amount of burst damage will be denied from T1, as well as denying them their own extra resistances, what you were talking about before. In that last team fight, you could see that Canyon died immediately. Showmaker wasn't there. But the insane amount of damage that came out from Kennen and Ghost, who had the just crazy amounts of room, was too much for the side of T1 to handle. So maybe just getting a little bit overeager to go into that fight. But things are going to stabilize here. Again, this is LCK against LCK, so I don't think we're going to have, you know, a team like FPX that are looking for crazy dives on the mid-tier 1 or anything like that. Not just yet. We're just going to be rolling those Gragas bowling balls for now.
Oh, Wind Wall ended up being cast. 3 minutes until the Mountain Dragon. And Zoe, interestingly enough, did go actually second item Void Staff. So we'll have that pen, and this is really good because when the opponents break 38 magic resistances, the cutoff, where Void Staff will start giving you more pen than an Oblivion Orb. It is nice.
Oh, that was a nice play by Canyon. He's going to lock down Cuz again. Man, Cuz is not too happy with the way this is going. Do they have the damage? They have the Yasuo on the back line. And that Mountain Drake not really going to help out the Kennen, who has no items right now that provide resistances. And just like that, trade 1 for 1. T1 posturing here, trying to push down mid. Faker just barely going to miss and dodge that trouble bubble and get away unharmed.
And so it ended up being a 1 for 1. Damwon does retain a 1,000 gold advantage. And as everything else does stand right now, Faker is going to go back into split pushing mode. Almost has the Zhonya's Hourglass completed for him. And let's take a look at how this happens. So Cuz kills the blue trinket. Oh, Canyon locking him up.
Late.
Yeah.
But then.
Yeah, then they found themselves a Pikachu. And they put it in the grave. So, not really sure.
Didn't get to evolve this time around.
No, no Raichu here.
No. Maybe next save.
Well, 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon comes up. And this should be a pretty big fight. If Damwon end up winning this one, it probably also means they convert into Baron, and then the Baron should help them stabilize into Mountain Soul. And with that, they should be able to win. But things are still definitely dicey. Yasuo almost has the Death Stance complete. Currently has Eye Edge and Phantom Dancer. Graves is a little bit starved in terms of items. Has the Umbral Glaive and the Warrior.
Yeah, kind of just chilling. We're absolutely back in the LCK. We have lull states. We have just all the regular stuff you would normally see in LCK versus LCK. And now we're going to start the posturing. We got 15 seconds, and okay. That's one way to do it. I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it, though. They're going to get into the backline, but Ghost is going to survive, as does Teddy, but in goes Faker just flashing in a frontline TF. And he is at half health still.
Yeah.
Somehow able to get into the backline, start the fight, flash under the turret, and get the kill. And now they're going to pick up that Mountain Drake for themselves.
And I mean, he just got so much value out of that Mountain Drake because he actually does have resistances.
Yeah.
He has the Zhonyas, he has the Merc Treads, he has the natural runes as well that he ended up having. So definitely getting some amplification. And this is really problematic for Damwon. Barrel in no man's land yet again. That is a very bizarre animation when it's like right there, that windmill.
Yeah.
Really looked like he was stepping into hell or something, trying to get those golems.
Yeah, I feel the same every time.
And this is the new Ezreal build, by the way, that Ghost has going on.
I want to see how Faker gets this kill on a Ghost.
Well, that is the frontline TF. Ends up flashing away.
Just ignites him and flashes away. That's it.
Showmaker goes down to the Gragas Yasuo combo. And the game has hit the point where the Yasuo is such a menace. He doesn't even have his third core item yet. The Twisted Fate has so much control inside of his items as well. It's really hard for the Ezreal Zoe to do what they want to do. And then the problem is that they're being dragged along for the circus ride that is the Kennen and Lee Sin that want to just sort of donk off into the opponents. Whereas Ezreal and Zoe would much rather prefer to play a much more controlled team fight. But they can't even really do that because Yasuo and Gragas, they sort of just want to go ham at the backline, being enabled by the Twisted Fate and having the reach of Graves to back them up. So everything is just very disjointed for Damwon's team comp as we enter the mid to late transition. Things will begin to fall apart.
Yeah, and this is what we were highlighting in the pick ban as well, that we were not very impressed by the draft that did come through from Damwon here in their second game. And now T1 are finally taking advantage of it here. We got double Death Stance, multiple defensive shoes built, triple Mercuries, Zhonya's on Faker. Obviously the support is very tanky. This is just going in for it. The cleanse. Can it save Ghost? It will for now, as Effort is going to take up so much of that turret and allow them to just sit underneath it. The rest of the team, that is. As down will go the turret at the same time. Blitzbait going to help out with that one. And they just, it's only one Mountain Drake, but the amount that they're ahead, plus double Death Stance and a Gragas who's quite tanky, even with just the one Mountain Drake, it feels like nobody on the side of T1 can die.
Yeah. It really just feels as though just way too strong is T1 at this point. Also, the Yasuo win wall makes it so obnoxious for Zoe and Ezreal to try to play this game. Karma doesn't really serve a purpose in this game. I'm not really quite sure what the point of the pick was overall. Rabadon set cap is, oh, you know what time it is. It's the Damwon Baron time.
Let's do the Baron.
I think the D in Damwon stands for Dignitas. I actually think that's, you know.
Just throwing some casual shade. I like it. And, well, he's dead. Okay, that's a double cast. We did not see Teddy press his R button. Decided he wanted to wait for a better chance here. As he, okay, Showmaker gonna flash away from that one. This game, it does feel like, okay, well, he's dead. Who else is dead? Exhaust gonna come down. Cleanse used by Ghost. And we're just diving. Canyon looks like he will survive for now, but ooh, nearly clipped Canyon in the back there with the cards with the Q. Baker's just frontlining now. Nobody does any damage to him, even the Ezreal. And yeah, let's just walk out of the base now.
They managed.
See ya. Okay. Thanks for the invite. Okay, we'll be going now. Thank you. See ya.
And it looks like Lee Song wants to try to get onto someone, but I don't. Yeah, I think that's the opposite of what is good.
Oh,
hold on, we got a party.
That's a nice little slicing Maelstrom. And T1, oh, Teddy, he's still alive in the back line, but finally he goes down. And Ghost is full health here. And he should be able to chase down that Aatrox eventually. Especially with the Karma shields over the wall.
They need to just go to the yeah, let's go to the objective.
Do the Baron.
They are going to do it, and even though Destiny Gate is going to be available, this is going to go down actually way too fast, but T1 should have a chance to fight over the mountain, and that should mean that T1 are still going to be fine. They were also pooling so much gold.
Yeah.
At the end of this. Let's take a look at how this all transpired. Gold card in. On to Ghost. Couldn't quite get the kill. Red card immediately selected. Brings down Barrel. You can see Showmaker off on the left-hand side. Doesn't really quite matter. He couldn't join the fray. And at this point, T1 ends up retreating. They could have just backed off here, but you can see Teddy wanted to go back in. They try to lock up Canyon, but the stopwatch, it buys enough time. Nuggery gets in with another fantastic slicing Maelstrom. And this was a very bizarre team fight that went in many different directions. And now, Damwon, they did get the Baron, but here is the follow-up mountain fight, and T1 are still favored at this dance.
Yeah, the Baron is only going to do so much for this team. And you can see that they're already down to half health on the Mountain Drake. Canyon, he's not going to try to just get in there. The seal is not effective. And now that's 2 Mountain Drakes.
9 armor, and I believe 6 magic resistance was what was just picked up by... Oh, no, that because he had grit really stacked. Never mind. But he did get... Yeah, you know, it's fine.
Okay. Teddy thinking about it. The Baron push finally coming in, and you can see a bit of the poke damage. It feels like the first time in the game where it's had any effectiveness. And that is because T1 stayed a little bit too long. Nuggery had a fantastic engage, and they were able to lock down the Baron. We all know the effectiveness of Zoe Ezreal with Baron and the ability to push, or rather siege. Here's Cannon. In a little bit of a rough spot here. That's going to get on top of Beryl as well. Nuguri trying to go down the front again, but the wind wall is going to deny Ghost any damage. Finally, they killed that Lee Sin in the backside that did have his GA, so all of his lives taken away that time around. That's what was taking so long, as T1 didn't really want to just push past him. So they get the 1 kill, and now they're looking to push down mid.
Yeah, I mean, even though Damwon got the Baron, that's not really enough for them. We knew that they would still be disadvantaged at the follow-up Mountain Dragon fight, and now this means that Mountain Soul is coming in 3.5 minutes, and with Baron dissipating in 30 seconds, I mean, they're going to be back in the same exact spot that they were in prior to the Baron, which is basically in a hole with no way out, and there's no way that they're digging any doors. As this team fight, Lee Sin inside of this also loses his Guardian Angel, which is going to be problematic. It means he's going to be down essentially an item for the next team fight. And T1 are just in such a commanding position right now. Even though the gold score is identical at the top, it is so unimaginable for Damwon to win a team fight, barring some sort of a miracle 4 or 5 man slicing Maelstrom out of Kennen, and that's just not realistic.
Yeah. It's also not the first time Damwon have relied on Nuguri to try to 1v9, as he is desperately trying to do. And it's just, it's not really going to work out against these better teams like T1. They understand their win conditions and what kind of items they do have to build. It feels like everybody on the side of T1 is so tanky right now that it's really hard to break through. You see Kennen has the most damage in the game by far. He's had multiple great slicing Maelstroms. He also had a range versus melee matchup in the lane. Just going to pad those stats a little bit. And as it is LCK versus LCK, we're just gonna sit back, wait a little bit, get some vision down. We got 2 minutes until the Mountain Drake comes up. T1 are considering a little bit of a push down on the bottom side, maybe even a bit of a dive, but immediately Damwon will respond to that. No push, no dive. More lull state.
You know what? We weren't supposed to have any lull states here, Valdez, okay? And you know what? I'm not going to let you bring them up, so I'm just going to pretend that you didn't say that. As we have 1.5 minutes until the Mountain Dragon is coming up. And we're just going to probably play ping pong. That is what we do, okay?
So we're back.
We're back.
I thought maybe it was different after the first 2 games. But
you know, the 4th season of 13 Reasons Why comes out in a week.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see the first one.
I forgot. You're that guy.
Yeah, you'll cast with Atlas later on in the weekend, and you guys can talk about TV shows and, you know, superheroes and comic books and stuff like that.
I just don't even want to talk to you anymore. Bet you don't even know Pokemon's supposed to come out, right? Next month, and the expansion.
Oh, the next game?
I don't. Just get out. It does. 40 seconds till the Mountain Drake is coming up. Yasuo, I think, is going for Guardian Angel as his next item. He has the BF sword. Not sure if he's going to be able to complete it by that team fight, but shouldn't really matter. Damwon or what are they? Hello? What are they?
Well,
they want to be flanked. I get it. It all makes sense.
They caught effort here.
They did.
He's in a really rough spot. He's going to flash away, but it doesn't matter. Down he goes. Spotted out just like that. Faker says, okay, well, I guess I'm just not going to join up then. Let's continue pushing. This will concede the Mountain Drake to the side of Damwon, even on Mountain Soul. Cuz isn't even going to try to go in there and steal it.
And this is a really big throw by T1 at this point in the game. This was so free of a Mountain Soul. Faker doesn't even go for the turret. He's respecting the fog of war around the red side jungle of Damwon.
That's exactly what he was doing. There were so many question pings in exactly that area. He says, well, I have to respect it. Still a ton of damage is getting done, by the way. He built up a massive wave. This is going to kill the turret. Somebody has to respond to it here. Otherwise, that inhibitor is at danger. Or in danger, I guess I should say. Blitzbane, pretty cool item. On TF, you can do about 2,000 damage to the blue buff, apparently, in one go with a blue card. Effort, he's feeling a little bit bashful after that last play. Smack his head into some minions, but that's about it. And the game is going to stabilize outside of the fact that Damwon did pick up that extra mountain drink. And perhaps LS, which we all know stands for Lull State. We may just go into one of those once again. Although Faker is coming up here on to Nuggery, says hello. Oh, he's got a ton of damage, dude. It's insane. And, okay, but that should be a Q. Does he time it? Yes, he does. It's perfect. I'm not sure why he took the ult, though. Well, he's got stopwatch. I suppose that's one reason you do allow yourself the ability to make that mistake, as the Cask is going to get Canyon into a bad spot alongside of Effort. And with the TP coming on in, they will say, get away from our support, as Faker essentially alone says, I'm going to take out Nuggery. But again, no objectives for now. They'll just be, well, they do have the Baron available. Not sure if they want to just go for it here. Faker is going to push up the top wave, and in fact, that objective will be incredibly important. After that kill, they've got 30 seconds, even though Nuggery does have the teleport available.
And it looks like they are committing to the Baron. Now, interestingly enough, the teleport on Kennen could be disaster, but the Baron is going to go down before that happens, unless Damwon try to take a very extended team fight. Canyon might try to just go for the steal.
Oh, he gets it! He got it! The Baron is huge for Damwon! Oh, man. And now that's going to be up for a good 15 seconds of right after the Mountain Drake spawns. And that is pretty massive. Nuggery doesn't have to TP either. After this great solo play by Faker, kind of just throw it away.
Faker timed the wild cards exactly as then after this, Windwall comes in by Teddy, protecting Faker from the True Shot Barrage. Now, interestingly, they knew where Lee Sin was, so when he comes over the pit, the smoke screen has to be there, but it doesn't look like they just wanted a smite fight, ultimately, at the end of the day, and T1 ended up losing it. So now, Damwon, they're going to have the Baron bolstered stats persisting into Mountain Soul, and this is going to be do or die for both of these teams. And honestly, the fact that this game came to this point, with how far ahead T1 is.
It's never supposed to get here.
That's a world ender.
Yeah, this is one way to try to force a fight. They're going to get the teleport out of Kennen. But now with a pretty strong Baron push, T1 going to be forced to back away and respond to it. We still got a minute 20 on the mountain, but this turret should be going down without a fight. And they get the inhibitor as well, easily. It goes down. But Damwon, I'm not sure about sticking around here. Seems like they're okay to do it. Just poke away and disengage. As now they will back off. And that mid inhibitor going down is going to add just that extra amount of pressure. That will be quite annoying for T1 with this Baron, or rather the Mountain Drake, coming up here in 50 seconds.
Well, we'll see. This is going to be it. This is going to be for all the marbles, is this team fight. Because if Damwon gets the Mountain Soul, it makes it very hard for the Aatrox and Yasuo to have a reliable engage. But also, I mean, Ezreal just stacks resistances. And even Zoe now with the Banshee's Veil, going to be going Zanya's next item as well. A lot of resistances on her as well. So, yeah, not totally sure what that one was.
You got 10 seconds until Mountain Drake. You can't just eat a paddle start of the face.
Then why did he do that?
I don't know. That's my question. And they should easily be able to burst this down. Mountain Soul will go the way of Damwon. As you said it before, it did not have to get to this situation. This did not have to happen. But T1 decided this is the way it's going to happen. As, okay, see you later, says Faker. There's a nice amount of chunking to that one.
Now the game is going to be reduced to smoke and mirrors, all centered around the Twisted Fate, and having him try to somehow finesse a victory here. And T1, I mean, you really hate to say it, but they did it to themselves. This game with that random team fight in mid where Teddy wrapped around from Wraiths.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing control right there, as well as the botching of the previous Baron that then just led into this Mountain Soul capture. We're 45 minutes deep in this, and you know,
yeah,
you know, I mean it's happening. It's 45. I mean, it's
yeah. I mean the game is
44 minutes longer than 1 minute.
Yeah.
You know, so.
True.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought about it that way. I would have said like 1 minute longer than 44 minutes, but you got me there.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah. 5 head. Yeah, the push coming in. This is without Baron. But they're trying to force Hana to come back and fight them essentially. As well, that Sizing Maelstrom was pretty unfortunate, you would have to say, from Nuguri. Now they do have him in a precarious position. He is just going to get away, though. No ability to lock him down there with a yellow card or anything like that.
They're going to try to stop the back?
Yep, that they will. They don't really have that much poke, you know? They can just have to chase them down. Damwon, though, not going to go for a back.
Whoa!
This should be an inhibitor, I think. Yeah, they're not backing. They're just walking over. They want to wrap around here.
I think he's going to suicide? Oh, is he going to get a Nexus turret?
He had a, well, with Lichbane, he is going to get a Nexus turret. How about 2? Make it 2! Can you do it? You got stopwatch. Oh, that's so close! God. Best split pusher in the game.
Scion who? Like, that's what I'm thinking right now. As, okay, so Smoke and Mirrors will be the game now by T1. And this is such an interesting gear that the team composition is now turned into as, okay, they are committed to this.
I mean, there's no vision here in the jungle for Damwon. They're so disjointed. Everybody's so spread out. Okay, finally, Karma's going to go back. Cuz in a little bit of an awkward spot. There he goes over the wall. He's going to ult to safety. The Q will land, and there's the kick flash. Cuz will go down. With minions in the base, this will force T1 back. They're looking for more.
TF's almost up, though.
They're TPing in. They want to try to push down mid and end the game. TF in 5 seconds. There's the TP.
Wait, TF's up. Huh?
Yeah, TF is up, and this isn't really the same kind of split push they were looking for, but the stun onto Faker. He is going to go down at the last second there, and this might just be it as Damwon Gaming are going to group up here. They should be able to take down Teddy. And down he will go, and now 5-on-3, they're pushing on in. Make that 5-on-2, actually. As still Cuz is down, they're looking to push. The inhibitor is going to go down. There's no minions. Can they just tank it up is the question. Nobody on the side of T1 can do enough damage with the Mountain Soul. And Damwon are going to win this game at 47 minutes in a huge upset up against T1. That is not the game we were expecting, as it was very back and forth. T1 going a little bit too aggressive at times.
Well, they threw in equal fashion to Damwon in the sense that the level of throws, I mean, that was definitely a thrown one, you know? If you want to really talk about what the T in T1 stands for, that is absolutely what that was. They were in such convincing game states where it really seemed like you would need the jaws of life or something to pull Damwon back, and yet it happened. So the initial one is the Teddy wrapping around Wraiths, and then them wanting to make that play in mid while all pooling so much gold converts into the Baron. Baron persists into the next Drake. And then even after getting the pick off on Nuguri down in bot lane by Faker, they elect into the 5v4 Baron, but they don't execute a defense to not allow Canyon to get a steal. The steal then converts into the Soul itself. So bit of smoke and mirror tried coming out, and then at the very end, you can see that if the Mountain Soul wasn't present, that play that I think Faker made would probably just work every time.
Yeah.
But the added durability and the EHP granted by the Soul, it's just really obnoxious. And, well...
There were just multiple times where T1 was so far ahead, and they did things that were totally unnecessary. Right?
Yeah.
They could have just backed. They could have played it safer. They could have played it LCK style, but instead they were just like... I don't know, just trying to throw their weight around and make a statement when they didn't necessarily have to, and they got punished for it. T1 proving that they're not just going to be the pushover that a lot of us expected them to be here in this incredibly difficult Group A, as the early game was all T1s.
Yeah. They were just really far ahead. They were utilizing the Twisted Fate very well and getting so much value out of it as well. And right here, I mean, that was another very brutal team fight where Faker did misuse his Destiny Gate, getting locked up. They did manage to bring it back, though, as right here, I mean, this was a phenomenal team fight. They managed to start off and Faker getting the kill with the Ignite via the Spellbook. This was the attempted kill on the Canyon, but the stopwatch just doing more than enough. And Nuggery with a fantastic slicing Maelstrom on the Cannon. Managed to turn this all around. This converted into Baron.
The Wukong, even the Braum, if you're desperate. Other ways to go ahead and mix in with your composition, as it is going to be Kana on the Sylas. For you LCK fans, you might remember Kana's Sylas performance in the LCK finals. Wasn't the prettiest, to say the least. I mean, he didn't feed incredibly on it or anything like that, but it definitely didn't look super comfortable on the champion, maybe just a bit of nerves. As the final pick there for the side of Top Esports was the Echo. So this is, you know, you see Echo into stuff like Syndra, like champions that have kind of like a one combo R press that can really just end your day. And that is similar for the Azir. If you get Shurima shuffled into an Emperor's Divide, you're probably not going to have a good day. But if you can... Here we go, guys. We are back on the Rift here. As we'll take a look at some of the rune choices. If we do get a closer look, just looking at the major runes that these guys have taken, doesn't look like anything is too surprising. See the Electrocute from Knight. He's looking for those combos where you can just dash in, auto, Q, and you will be proccing that. A lot of movements, actually, as there's pings going on to Knight going up to the top side. And at the end of the day, they're just going to back away. Looks like LS has returned. He's getting situated. I wonder what he's going to think about these comps that we just put together here on the side. You're right on time for the League of Legends, the important part. Mr. Larry Seinfeld. As okay, how's it going?
I'm back.
You're back. You feel better?
I am. I'm here.
Okay.
All right.
You're present.
Yes.
We'll say you're present.
I remain. All right.
Okay. So what do you think?
So this draft, I mean, this is definitely interesting. I mean, we do have some exciting stuff going on. I am shaking my head as to why Lee Sin is here.
That got auto-locked second pick.
Okay, so R2?
Yeah, R2
okay.
After the Ezreal. In response to Trundle first pick.
So B1 Trundle, R1 Ezreal, R2 Lee Sin.
Yes.
Okay.
And then immediate Yasuo Gragas.
Yasuo Gragas, yeah. B2, B3. Okay, great, fantastic. What was R4? R4 must have been I'm assuming Braum, right? Or
no, the Braum was R3.
Oh, okay.
And Wukong was R4.
Great. Well, we are here.
Yeah.
Infernal Dragon's going to be the first one of the game. So far, Silas is starting off a little bit rough. And the dynamic of what's going on here is that Echo is going to outscale the Azir, but then the Yasuo is actually going to be really effective in the later stages. And the Azir is going to be very effective against all the other champions that isn't Echo, pretty much. So there's some interesting stuff going on here inside of the draft. Both teams do have scaling components. I would say that because of the Lee Sin and the Braum, the edge would go to T1 the longer that the game goes. And so that can obviously get a little bit scary also depending on like what dragons can come up, because interestingly enough, Top Esports doesn't even really mind Cloud all that much with Echo being in there.
Yeah, it's gonna get ultimates one after the other. It's gonna be a pretty fun time. We had Knight go for a back. And actually, Karsa, you were talking about this.
So when you actually bump into a minion like that, if the enemy laner is actually paying attention, he can notice a slight deviation in the minion's pathing and maybe actually deduce that you're there. Typically, this can actually happen a lot in mid lane. When the junglers are pathing from wolves to wraiths very early on, the mid laner can actually notice that some of the minions were interrupted, even if they didn't outright see the enemy jungler, and they can actually ping it out that way. So, unsure if Kana maybe communicated that, but I didn't really see the minion deviate too much from its normal path, but definitely something to point out, as it doesn't get to happen all that often.
Yeah. And it was actually spotted out, whether or not he was actually seen, or it was because of the minions. He was pinged in the bush, and it seemed like Kana had a pretty good idea that he was there. So nice to get that kind of information, as they're trying to get Knight before he is level 6. He doesn't want to have to flash, but I think he is going to have to there as the follow-up comes in from top. Karsa goes in. That was a little bit, he had to W up. Push actually goes the way of the Knight. Just gonna go ahead and go for a back now. Did have to flash at the end of the day, but Cuz did as well.
And both of these laners in mid still have teleport available. Faker does have the better end of the CS department, but Knight is the one that gets the first teleport off. And Faker is gonna manage to escape. Parallel convergence, but they're going to look to convert this pressure into a dragon capture, and this is a really nice pickup.
Yeah, it's really early on. I mean, it's pretty much right after 5 minutes. Able to hop on in. Doesn't look like T1 are privy to this at all. So it will just go down. Next is a Cloud, so it'll be Ocean or Mountain Soul in this game.
And not too much is really going down. So Ocean would be very exciting, because both of these team compositions with Ocean, it becomes near impossible to fight. Mountain's also very nice, but T1 still has, I guess, ways to fight against Mountain if Top Esports gets it. Whereas if T1 gets Mountain, pretty much all she wrote. I think so.
Yeah.
Just the way that I think the team comps will end up colliding in the later stages, but not a whole lot of action happening so far.
See, Karsa, he's been trying to make stuff happen. He's going to come down to the bottom side, but immediately just backs. Wearing the FPX Tian skin. Just a little bit of a shout out to his fellow LPL team that is in this tournament with them. Gonna hand over the blue to Faker. There were no early ganks that really went down onto the bottom side by the Trundle, so all summoners available. It's not like the other side. And now we actually have the Braum coming up top side. It's a little bit of a trade here by Kana. Even going to land the full amount of damage from his Q. So nicely done. It's 369. He's got Carson nearby, and I think he was just going for the bait. The Q is going to miss as, okay, nearly going to kill 369, but he just barely is not going to go down. And Kana even gets away for now, but he is being chased down. He dodges 2. Can he get away from the Echo? And he's like, probably not. There you go. First blood as 4 members of TES were in the top lane, putting that kill down.
Yeah, and so this is going to cost them a little bit. Some minions are being lost in the other lanes, and now Cuz knows that they are starting the Rift Herald Knight. Meanwhile, going to get some minions as well as a plate up there in top. Teleport was used by 369 in mid. And everyone is grouping for this. Here comes Yasuo.
Yeah.
And I think that Top Esports is just going to end up giving over the leash, but maybe no. And this is going to be very advantageous for T1.
They get the pillar down, but look at Karsa. He lands that Q. It's not going to go in for it, though, as Smite comes down. Cuz collects the Shelly. And not much action, actually, on the back of that. It was just good posturing from the side of T1. Top Esports weren't really able to respond. So it's going to be the only objective for now. That does go their way. Wouldn't mind seeing, you know, a bunch of that gold just dumped into the pockets of Faker. And you keep your mid lane turrets so healthy, too, because it's already so hard against Azir. As here is that play against Kana.
Yeah. Almost managed to get the kill onto 369. And had he done so, that would have been pretty phenomenal, especially with how much aggro he drew. Really nice parallel convergence there by Knight at the very end.
Oh, double kick. Ooh, that was kind of cool. You don't get to see that all too often, especially not in the LCK. We don't see Lee Sin anymore.
Well, when well cast there by Teddy. And so far, I mean, Faker and Teddy doing really good in the CS department. Kana struggling a little bit, and also when you consider that 369 also has a call to boot, things do feel a little bit bad. Now, Teddy, in effort, probably just want to raise this down to 3 turret plates and then summon the Rift Herald. Karsa is here, but now they know about Faker. Faker unaware that he's on a ward right now, so there's the Rift Herald, and they're getting Teddy really far ahead with this play. All 5 of the turret plates, well, a couple of them are spread between Cuz and Teddy. And you can just see the gold discrepancy between Ezreal and Yasuo right now in this game. And it looks like T1, they could just give up this Cloud Dragon, and it would be fine.
Oh. Faker forcing an ult there, as Knight says, well, you got my dash. I'm just going to back away from this one. But Knight actually gets the better of the trade, and he has more sustain, keep in mind. He's got the Corrupting Pod Takes. He has Dark Seal as well with 2 stacks, by the way. After picking up the kill, Faker doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have any sustain. As now they're going to look for it. The Echo Ultimate is down, and that is an easy kill. Just straight from the jungle, as Knight maybe a little bit, you know, he got too close to the fire. Thought he'd be able to get out of there with his flash, but didn't end up going for it as the kick comes in, and that's going to be the kill. The solo in front of Cuz by Karsa. But it looks like he is going to face the same fate. As down he will go as well.
And so that will end up paying off more for T1 in the end. As 369 now trying to make his way down here into mid lane on the Wukong. Teddy looking like he was maybe hoping for some sort of an opening, but not going to find it. And just consumes the entire mid wave. As we take a look at how this transpired, Knight, he knows what was coming for the most part, but there was just no real way for him to get out. He doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, doesn't have any real way to try to escape this. And Faker right here, there's not really much room for him to react.
Yeah.
to what could happen.
I like the fadeaway E. As the Azir is in mid-flight, you cast the E. Gives you that last bit of damage to have him tick down through the red smite. As that's actually going to be the Cloud Drake, and Ocean Soul will be on the Rift here in this game. Haven't seen too much of that today.
And, well, blue side jungle being stolen away. Kana is down quite a bit in EXP, I believe, to 369, so that's something he's going to have to pay attention to. And this is also entering into the part of the game where the Echo starts to become somewhat of a nuisance for the enemy team, but as long as T1 stabilizes, everything should be pretty fine, because the Yasuo is very accelerated, and that's going to be a really key part in making sure that T1's team composition is always able to basically go toe-to-toe. And the fact that they are blue team grants them a lot of luxury, because blue typically has the best options to defensively scale up against Baron threats by the enemy team.
Yeah. And you see Teddy still just farming up here in the mid lane. He has the most CS. He's got the 1-0-1 scoreline right now. And he's going to be looking to take names once he finishes off that second item here. Just wait and see. You can see they're even giving him Raptors. They're really just trying to essentially funnel the Yasuo right now. As everybody else is just kind of, safe farming, trying not to die. As Knight here looking to take a bit of a trade. Took that turret shot and didn't want any more of it. He already won. And he is up a level, but still just going to back away from this one.
Oh, looks like 369 is just going to end up coming up here, clearing out the wave. 3 minutes until Ocean. Looks like everyone is really content to just play ping pong in the lanes as it is.
Yeah. Although Karsa is going to come down here and just show his face, essentially. This sparks T1 to ping towards the Rift Herald. It is just the Shirley, but, maybe you can try to trade back a turret of your own that is going to be given over to the side of Top Esports down here. Especially, I was about to say the mid turret, they ping the mid turret. It would be nice to get a bit of extra damage down onto that important objective. Look at where Effort's got himself. I'm not sure if he saw that one ward that spots him right now. That would have been unfortunate if he didn't know he was seen the whole way into the enemy jungle.
Yep. Faker just clearing out the top tier 1 turret. Not a whole lot going on. It's only a 400 gold lead, but Top Esports has the Infernal Dragon. Ezreal, we'll have to see what item path he's electing to go into, because he still just has the Sheen. Obviously, Iceborne Gauntlet into Death Stance has been sort of the flavor of the month, because Ezreal just gets so tanky with that itemization path. And then if your team lacks magic damage, you can actually go Liandry's as the follow-up item, because Ezreal has AP ratios on every single ability, and it's not that bad of an item because he stacks the Madness, and combined with Iceborne, you get the slow for the amplified burn. So,
yeah, no doubt.
That's an option.
It's a good item. We'll see if he decides to build into that one this time around. He's gotten the CDR boots so far, so he's really just trying to shell out as much damage as possible here.
Lich Bane second for Echo, so not going to be going for any sort of Zanya's utility, as he's electing more for just burst scenarios. And this is interesting because T1...
Ooh. Okay. They're going to try to punish Karsa here, but he goes right over the wall. Now Knight is threatening it, just trying to make space for this Ocean Drake that's coming up in 20 seconds. You can see both the Echo and the Lee Sin are just incredibly mobile, able to lock down onto you at a moment's notice. So Faker has got to be careful about just kind of idly running through the jungle, even if it does feel like it's secured with teammates nearby.
Ocean Drake is finally alive, but given that this doesn't bring top esports to Soul Point, it would be completely fine for T1 to just ignore it in favor of letting the Sylas and friends just continue to scale up more and giving it over to the opponent. And it might just be what they do elect to do, although they're moving into the river. Karsa is on top of it right now. Yeah, and I think that they're just going to give it up. They're going to continue to scale up. They think there's no real purpose to take a team fight right now when Azir is so close to his second core item. You have Trundle that's really close to his second core item. Sylas even just continuing to farm up. So there's no sense of urgency. So we are in store for a lull state, and I know how excited you are about that.
Yeah. Well, at least we got 4 kills in this one. It's not like it was the first game of the LPL finals where JDG and Top Esports went. It was like 26 minutes with no kill, no action. So it's a little bit better than that. But we do have a lot of scaling in this game, so it's not too surprising, at least. And as we talked about before, there's a lot on the line. And I feel like whenever that's the case, teams are more likely to just take it slow, try not to make any mistakes. Especially Korean teams who are so used to doing it for, you know, how many years now? A unlimited amount of years, basically.
Well, this is the tournament where they can try to reclaim international relevancy. And T1 winning here and advancing to the semifinals would be really important. So, lots of posturing does benefit them due to the nature of the team compositions, and also the fact that Echo is going for the damage is going to actually work against him because it puts more pressure on him inside of the team fights. He's going to have less options available and infinitely less forgiveness with trying to find openings and angles. Not even going to bring up the F word, freezing. That's just, we're not even gonna, we're not going to go there.
Hold back, Ellis.
Yeah.
Hold back.
Just going to play ping pong instead.
Yeah. It's our favorite sport. Mentioned it many times. Ping pong, racket sports, badminton. It's also pretty fun. True. Actually, nowadays the weather in Korea is really nice.
It is.
And because a lot of the factories are, you know, slowing down or shutting down, there's a lot less pollution as well. So some really nice weather nowadays. And if you go down to the river, you'll see a lot of people playing badminton just for fun. Just hitting it back and forth. Kind of feels like what we're doing now. Skada trying to go into this one. Look at where that stun was placed by Knight, but he's not gonna, he senses something up. Teddy is coming down here. Oh, and okay. That's the GLP onto the Sylas, as that is actually gonna lock down the kill here, just like that. And with the GP coming in, 369, I don't know about that, buddy. You're gonna, okay, you're gonna get the double knockup. Trying to get on top of Teddy here, as Effort takes the long way around. He took the scenic route. And looks like, 369 flashing. He's really trying to outplay this, but was never really going to happen, as we get one, and then it's like a 1+1. You know, you go down to the convenience store, it's like a special deal. You get the one and then the +1.
Okay.
From, you know, very thanks to the generous guys over at Top Esports, as I'm not sure why he TP'd in there. I think, well, maybe it was before he saw Effort.
I think he thought that Knight would live longer.
Yeah.
And if that would end up happening, then they could definitely turn that around with an Echo ultimate. And then Echo just getting his abilities off, because you saw that he had enough damage to force Yasuo to flash almost immediately. So if we take a look at this, the GLP 800 bullets come out and slow him, and then Knight couldn't quite get his ultimate off even when he landed.
Yeah.
So had he gotten the ultimate off, Wukong comes out like this with this kind of damage. He also has flashes defensively.
Karsa, oh, nice kick and then flash away. Not the kick flash we're used to. He's still going to die here as Faker. He's going to get the 1. How about the 2? The Echo ultimate comes in, but it's for naught. There's a lot of Ezreal damage does come through, but it's still going to be 2 more kills. Just like that, into the pockets of T1, and it's right before the Ocean Drake spawns. I mean, this is top esports getting out of position, and T1, it's almost like they lulled them into a sense of security. And then immediately just clap down hard. And they're even looking at Baron. They say, okay, we get the jungler, we get the mid laner. Mid laner though has TP. Gotta be careful about that. Ultimate's still down though on the Echo. They're just gonna go ahead and start it here.
They
23
do it
and
so
a half
quickly.
minutes.
There's no way for Lee Song to get there. And he's gonna sing a song at the very end. It's gonna be one of sadness, yeah.
You just got to get that smite down, and it does go the way of Trundle. Waited until pretty late to get that one, but it still goes down. 369 surviving for a long time. Knight doing work in the back line. The cast is going to go wide as Knight goes in onto Faker and is going to survive here. T1 just desperately trying to keep their Barons alive. And they do get this Baron and keep 2 of them, but the Ocean Drake still available, which would put top on Ocean Soul.
I'm really surprised that top isn't just running over to it immediately. They're actually just running with the Lee Sin and the Braum, so Trundle can actually buy enough time, and then Kana will teleport in. Now, JackeyLove does have teleport himself, though, so I suppose JackeyLove will recall here and then teleport down into the Dragon. And Kana's going to teleport from the north, come in with the Trundle, I think. I
think TPs are about to fly.
Yeah, TPs are definitely flying here. Here comes the pillar, and Smite Fight goes the way of
Q. Oh,
Lee.
it's going to go the way of Lee. Nicely done by Karsa. But what is going to be the damage on the backside? The rest of top esports pretty slow to get in here. Nice cast, and they should be able to feed this. Okay, Karsa still on the run. Doesn't really have a good Q target, so he is going to go down. They feed that kill to Kana. I think they would have liked that a little bit better onto the Yasuo, onto Teddy.
Yeah. And now it's a bit of an uncomfortable situation, though, because now top esports is at Soul Point, and so it does get very scary if T1 can't manage to accumulate a sizable enough advantage to just sort of lean on their opponent and let gravity kill them at that point. So this is the Echo just getting caught out after the initial Lee Sin dying. And right here, T1 a little bit slow on the pull. Faker could have just gotten out of there, but actually elects to stay. Gets locked up by Knight, uses Shurima Shuffle. Karsa finally arrives to the fight. Now they're pushing down bot lane.
Oh, Faker. Oh, he was in a little bit of trouble there, but I think their sixth sense is beginning to tingle because immediately top esports just all run straight at them. It's a little bit suspicious, and T1 is going to fully back away from that one. Some pings went down on the Wukong, saying, where did he come from?
Well, the Baron power play in the end seems to be a negative one.
Yeah.
So, a very unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, this is still a close game. I feel like it could go either way at this point. Although we do have a nice amount of scaling on T1's side. We've seen a lot of these games be thrown back and forth, so I don't want to, I don't want to make any decisions subconsciously in my mind, as it really is going to be big fights over the next potentially 3 drinks.
Yep.
In this game, that's really going to be the focal point in this one.
And, well, top esports managing to stay alive. Echo not electing for Zanya's at all, actually. Just goes the needlessly large Rod. And I guess he's going to try to aim for Death Cap, but that's going to grant him a lot less survivability in the team fights. Now, if you get Ocean Soul, yeah, you just win the game. Congratulations. but definitely a little bit more risky.
Bit of an awkward cast there from Efforts. He and Cuz eating damage on the way out at the same time. As, I mean, both sides have some pretty good wave clear. So at the end of the day, it's not going to be easy to push many of these turrets, even if T1 are looking for small advantages. The Azir turret.
And now T1 trying to shove in mid. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to raise that turret. Now Karsa is looking for an opening on Lee Sin here. But interestingly enough, I mean, this is the stuff that we talk about all the time on the broadcast, where Lee requires opponents to make mistakes. And if they don't make mistakes, he ends up looking like a headless horseman. He doesn't know what to really do. They might try to say this is the time.
Yeah, I mean, the TPs are coming in there. Faker takes a lot of damage. Knight having to ult out of that one, but here comes 369. Kana to the rescue. Pushing him away, but Effort is going to be the first death here as 369 gets him on the backside. And that is right before this Ocean Drake comes up, but I think there's going to be about 14 seconds, 15 seconds that Effort has to make it back. So they're just going to use this little advantage to get the mid tier 1, and maybe even a bit more here in the mid lane.
No, they're definitely going to get a little bit more. Now, Effort will be up for the Ocean Drake fight. And Knight is certainly going to recall here. Faker's going to have Zanya's. Luden's not yet completed on the Sylas. Not sure how far away he was from it. Knight's Vow going to be the next item, it seems, on Cuz. Death Dance stopwatch available for Teddy in this next team fight. This is definitely going to be dicey. Now, Knight has teleport available, but he's not recalling. I think he's really trying to get to the Rabadon's death cap before the fight, but not going to be able to in the end. So
they're just going to give it away.
Yeah, this is going to be a Dragon reset. And so now, even if Top Esports somehow wins the Baron fight, it's not the end of the game. We're going to have another song and a dance. This game should be going at least another 12 minutes. We're looking at like a 41-minute finish here.
Yeah, you think so?
41 minutes.
I'm going to go ahead and one-up you on that one. I think I'm going to go with 48.
Okay, why would you do that?
You know it's possible.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Karsa is just, he's really trying to cosplay the ninja this game. He's looking for all the sneaky brush.
And you can see what the intention was. Lee Sin to go in from behind, find a kick, 369 follows up, and then everything would be pretty much sitting pretty. And now T1, what the, okay.
Okay, that's going to be a lot of AoE damage even coming in from the Ezreal. Faker in the pit is just going to get burst down. He trades back, though, onto the jungler, which is huge. Knight going to get exhausted, and a 3-man knockup, I believe, from the Sylas stolen Wukong ultimate. But still, the damage advantage is going to go the way of Top Esports, but importantly, Cuz does survive. Effort still on the run. He is going to get away. And with Smite available and no jungler on the side of Top Esports.
Things definitely get scary. Cuz is regioning a lot of HP as well. And Top Esports are getting quite low. You can see Teddy trying to get vision.
They had the Scryer's Bloom there. Teddy trying to get in there and go 1v4. Well, he's got a stopwatch. It's a good item, but it's not that good. And that's going to be, should be the Baron here going their way. I don't think Cuz is going to flash in just yet. The TP's now coming in. Effort goes down. And Faker can't do it alone. The Baron will be Top Esports' at the end.
And you can see the look on Teddy's face as the camera pans to him. Feels like he thinks it might be over. This Baron leads exactly into the Ocean Soul for Top Esports, and that's obviously really scary if you're T1. Why on earth were you starting the Baron is completely beyond me. Faker never gets to Zanya's, doesn't get to flash or anything. Really unfortunate, and you just have to wonder what is going through their minds trying to start it. Because the onus isn't on them to really start it at this point in the game. Teddy tries to go for a hero play, takes the Baron Nashor knockup, but he was debated. Baron Nashor playing for Top Esports in this one.
Yeah. Enjoying the beatdown, seemingly. Yep. Top Esports is giving to him. And, yeah, doesn't look like anyone was caught out here or anything like that. Doesn't look like we missed any action. So the Baron buff is going to end right at about the time that the Ocean Drake spawns.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see if Top Esports can put on the pressure to also try to secure the Ocean Soul. And with the lead that they have already, the Ezreal is just ginormous right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
super obnoxious, his itemization. It's such a nice itemization path. He's so tanky, he's so durable. And then once he gets Conqueror going, with Death Stance, with the Scimitar healing as well, things just pan out so well for him.
Yeah. You can frontline as long as you're not getting
I wanna see the light. I wanna see the light. I wanna see the light in your eyes. I wanna see the light. I wanna see the light in your eyes. In your eyes.
Is a poor alternative. A step ahead of Cataclysm.
Hay ôi.
Alternative. A step ahead of Cataclysm. I find the rules so they won't be found by someone else. Or something.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
If I had a rule for every mile I've run, I'd be done running.
Minions have spawned.
I'd like my tragedy narrowly averted. Dark shadows hide dark forces. Trust no one, especially those who seek power. Are you following me? What's on my back? Not your concern. All that finds this will. In an instant, all could be gone.
An ally has been slain.
care
Hey,
about
dude.
these moves. That's why I keep them at arm's length. I could tell you what's on this scroll, but then I'd have to obliterate you.
An ally has
Setting
been
yourself
slain.
lucky for the days you had.
Shut down.
Fight will.
Enemy killing spree.
Everyone wants to chat. They're busy saving the world. They have no idea. Just once I'd like a good night's sleep.
An enemy has been slain.
When I found them all, I'll fade away.
Ally has been slain.
If I fall, the scroll must be destroyed. You know what I miss? Standing still. Your fear makes me hungry. Thank the gods. The
An
world's
enemy has been slain.
À, đi quá.
They want to read my scroll. It'll be the last thing they read.
Ủa.
This is the future.
I work alone. Company weighs me down.
Em đi.
Evolution. This is the future.
Ally has been
None are worthy of my task.
This is the future.
Civilians purchased. They know so little of the world they traverse.
Has been slain.
All this would be so much easier. Give a damn. They come for the scroll.
Has been slain.
Do not walk the prison. Run.
Turret plating will soon fall.
These runes are not for eyes such as yours. Terrible things are afoot. Help? Get out.
Ally has been slain.
Dream in nightmares of the past.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Magic dooms us. Their minds couldn't handle it.
ta? Thằng dắt. Dắt.
Why seek to contain power? Blessing or curse? Your fear makes me hungry. Let's go.
You have been slain.
Ủa là mình chỉ được xài một lần hết ta. Rồi.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Everyone is doomed to repeat history. That's where I come in.
Gì? Đang chạy cái viên thánh là gì? Không thấy gì ạ? Mẹ nó.
I feast on your tread. You know what I could use? An egg. Never liked surprises. I've heard entire nations go silent.
Hello. Bên mình hiện tại bây giờ còn phòng
I may fail. story that would take me.
An enemy has been slain.
Knowledge is a real weapon.
An enemy is dominating.
I feel so they don't have to. Quick, but careful. Night time is another day we live.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain. Turret has been destroyed.
Remember, one more weight on my shoulders. No time to talk.
đánh cỡ vậy.
The runes decide my path.
Team has destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill. Enemy has been slain.
I had a rule every mile I walked. Done. I like my track heralding a little. all that binds this world will. In an instant, all could be gone. Civilization. I remember when I was a part of
An ally has been slain.
found them all. I'll fade away. If I fall, the scroll must be destroyed. Work alone. Company weighs me down. Some stones are best left unturned. Stuck. Fire. Something.
Ally has been slain.
None are worthy.
Cay nè. Tệ quá. Tệ quá. Anh có tốt hơn xíu là ngon. Khó ơi là khó. Ây, mong là trận này thắng. Thua nhiều quá rồi. Trận nãy thua không tưởng được, gánh không nổi. Ông Mid với ông Rừng khiếp quá. Khiếp vậy khó gánh đánh lắm. Fit như mình fit tầm 4-5 mạng đi, 6-7 mạng cũng được. Cái này fit cả chục mạng, đánh khó đánh lắm. Mà thà như một ông đánh dở cũng được, mình còn gánh. Cái này cả hai ông thi nhau fit rồi. Ôi thả Malphite kìa, anh em có ai lấy chọn Malphite đi.
A step ahead of Cataclysm.
Ngã sớt á, chưa phải đập cho nó nhiều tử mới sợ. Ngã sớt ta phải giọng nó tới tóc luôn. Thôi, bắt đầu nào. Bây giờ là kèo đấu giữa Rai với Nasus, xem mà ai hơn ai. Nasus cũng có vẻ căng ấy. Trên đồ đi rừng, bên kia là Chindam. Lớt đảm nhiệm đường giữa cùng với Brand, Zinix, Ace, cặp đôi ở đường dưới. Còn bên tôi là Caitlyn với Morgana. Mong là tôi sẽ đè đường được ông Nasus nha. Nasus này cũng căng đấy. Tại vì tôi vẫn chưa biết là mình nên lên cái gì để dội đam Nasus mà thấm. Tại vì đợt trước có đánh gặp Nasus mà khó lắm, combo mà không nhây, không có nhiều máu luôn. Trận này để xem nào. Mong là ông Rừng mình sẽ găng tôi nhiệt tình. Một phát là lên luôn. Các bạn nào đang xem cho mình một like nha, một like, một subscribe. Cảm ơn mọi người.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Sao không lấy cây le? À, tại vì quen rồi, quen đánh vậy rồi. Cái lượng đam mình canh á, mình canh khi có thiêu đốt á, quen tay rồi.
Every rune I find is another day we live. Those who seek improvement. All this would be so much easier if I didn't give it to him. They come for the scroll.
Hết mana chứ. Mẹ nó găng sớm vậy. Má lỗi quá.
You're busy saving the world. I've heard entire nations go silent. Just once I I don't have time for this.
An ally has been slain.
Stay back. Ah, Runeterra. So endearing. So foolish.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Send it back. Remember when such tears were shed. Do not walk through history. Run.
Hay rồi, ông rừng hay rồi. Hay rồi ông rừng ơi. Tiếp. 13. Rồi mình đánh lỗi à. Là sẽ thành nguyên kỹ nó hay sao. Ui, tiếp.
Stop fire. Something.
Rừng ơi, cam cơm Rừng ơi. Quá.
Shut down.
so long.
Ông rừng vẫn không găng, nhất quyết là không găng top.
Turret plating will fall soon.
They want to read my scroll. It'll be the last thing. What's on my back?
An enemy has been slain.
Nó buồn cười quá.
You know what I could use? An ale. know so little of the world they traverse. Their minds couldn't handle it. Waste precious time.
Rừng găng tôi từ đầu là có khi lại xanh rồi. Nó không găng. Toàn farm thôi. Tại vì khi đánh rank cao á là ai cũng sẽ kìm hãm cái con Nasus đầu tiên á. Nasus mà để nó farm là chết. Nó không phụ tôi cách nào hết. Thằng bên nó, rừng bên nó biết là Nasus là tiềm năng nên găng liên tục luôn. Găng tôi liên tục, găng tôi 3-4 pha vậy. Rồi Nasus xanh luôn. Còn rừng mình không găng tôi phát nào hết. Cay. Hey. Vậy. Để tin được thắng Nasus. Ê. Ôi thả Malphite á. Ông đừng bích Malphite đi. Malphite mà đi gần găng đúng bài luôn.
A step ahead of Cataclysm. things to do today. Find food, build shelter, fix the world.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
The runes decide my path.
Minions have spawned.
I may fail, but I won't quit. Wage your petty war, but the real war is yet to come. I read the runes. You lose. Civilization. Leave now. Come for the scroll. Take those. Straight rules.
Ôi gì vậy trời.
That's gonna make you down. I'd like my tracking narrowly averted.
Không biết sao người ta thu phá được trời. Dễ hiểu luôn.
I could tell you what's on this scroll, but then I'd have to obliterate you. Always learning, always. Let's have it then. Get foul! Send it back.
An enemy has been slain. Executed.
I care about these mortals. That's why I keep them at arm's length.
Enemy killing spree.
You know nothing. Sight is better than swords. They have forgotten the fire that forged this world. Walk the hell away. One more weight on my shoulders. I fight so they don't have to. They have no
An enemy has been slain.
Don't turn it off. I've heard entire nations go silent.
Trường ông gần răng thôi, lệnh tiền liền.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Some stones are best left unturned.
An ally has been slain.
Đừng đừng đừng.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Consider yourself
Quan Phương lắm. Gì? Quan Phương. Thế nào nữa? Gì vậy?
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have been slain. Enemy double kill.
Get foul!
Shut down. Rampage. An enemy has been slain. His team has destroyed a turret.
Magic dooms us. Perhaps it can save us. Fast and lean. That's how I travel. You know what I miss? Ending still.
Bị mẹ dắt vô là chết luôn á chứ.
You know what I could use? Inhale. Last chance.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Everyone is doomed to lose. That's where I come in.
An enemy has been slain.
Blessing or curse. That's the difference.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Finds this will.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm stuck on fire Sunday. Everyone wants to chat. You're busy saving the world.
Xấu hèn chi nó mạnh như chó vậy cái lôi vậy.
Let's try again.
Đủ quá tao.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Enemy triple kill.
Just the best. More things to carry. Every rune I find is another day we live. Just once I went into the night sky. Why is elsewhere the good fight like that?
Enemy quadra kill.
Enemy pentakill.
Ace. Your turret has been destroyed.
Stupid. One I hope. One can only hold all this power for so long. They want to read my scroll. It'll be the last thing they read.
Shut down. Enemy double kill.
I read the room. You
Triple
lose.
kill. An ally has been slain.
Provisions purchased. Their minds couldn't handle what my eyes have seen. If I fall, the scroll must be destroyed. So endearing, so foolish. Just walk